Welcome to the Roadrunner 89 Investment Network, where we talk about interracial love and marriage. Hope you enjoy Swirl to Investment.
Brown girl. I like a little vanilla in my life, and I might one day be a white dude's wife. That's alright. Yeah, I got a type, so people don't like it, but the swirl is the hype. When I see a cute guy, I always gotta think, is he down with the brown? If he is, we about to link. And I ain't talking about the TikTok boys looking for clout, cause we can see right through the facade. Gross me out. I wonder, will he ever like me back? Imagine liking white boys when you're black, especially when you're from the south. The guys that like me are yeehaws with tobacco in their mouth. My celebrity crush, my little cinnamon bun. Ooh, that boy's the one, and I'm still not done. I never met him, he never met me. If he ain't down with the brown, what he about to be? But I digress. Y'all never mind the rest. I just like what I like, speaking from the chest. But hit me up if you're looking for a black girl, cause you know that this girl is down with the swirl. I'm just saying. One day be a white dude's wife. That's alright. Yeah, I got a type, so people don't like it, but the swirl is the hype.
All right. Welcome, everybody. Happy Saturday night. Welcome to the Roadrunner 89 Swirl to Investment Network. Okay. Uh, it's good to see everybody coming in. Winnie, I'm a mod. How? Because you're awesome. I made you a mod. Is that okay? um, tonight's show, I want to talk about the black woman effect. Okay, and it is real. The black woman effect, the black wife effect. It's real. It's not something just that people made a video and it's cute and some guy with a black woman learned how to dress and now he looks better than he did. Okay, that stuff happens. Okay, but black women do more than give their men a glow up. They do more than just making him look better or feel better or be more confident. Okay, black women, when they pour into you and you love a black woman, that you feel like there's nothing you cannot accomplish. There's nothing you can't do. That's the black wife effect, the black woman effect. Now, the black woman effect is real also in our society, in the corporate world, in the churches. Black women are doing amazing things. Okay. And more times than not, we don't see the true value in black women a lot of times because we don't know, we might not have access to black women. We might not know that much about black women. But I tell you, when you get to know the black woman and a black woman touches your heart, from that time, you'll know what true love is. Okay. And, the black woman effect is real. It's impacting our nation. It's impacting, our friendships, our dating, those of us that open up our options. And we get to know the black woman and feel the love that comes from black woman. We understand it's real. And it's a beautiful thing. It's a blessing. Okay. Black women are that hidden treasure. Okay. And why the reason I say the hidden treasure is because we still live in a segregated mindset where we believe that in order to have a successful relationship, we got to stay with our own kind. We got to be with people that look like us because that's what we've done forever. But when you really dig down deep, And we're finding out that black women and white men are doing amazing things. Black women, white men are having success that nobody thought would happen. Okay. The strongest marriage in America today is black women, white men. And I know that's triggering. Some people do not like me to say that. Some people are, would love to get me off YouTube and ban me forever. Okay. And, there's a wicked witch and, her thugs trying to do this. Okay. Which, I guess they can't take opposing opinions. They can't take somebody that has a different outlook on life. And, if you get things your way and there's no balance, then what? Okay. The reason I started this channel is to promote interracial relationships, interracial marriage, and to uplift black women. Because black women have blessed me my whole life. Okay. And I'm compelled to show love and respect to black women. I want to be a blessing to black women because black women have been a blessing to me. And I've seen, amazing things black women have done, and I've benefited from the love that black women have given me through my life. So I want to just show love and respect and promote an interracial relationships because I believe us as people, we should be able to go where we want to go. Okay? Regardless of what that is, that's your choice. Okay? And it's up to you. Okay? I've said many times, I think black women, white men are the best option for each other. Okay? And I'm going off life experiences. And I'm going off data and research and studies that have been pushed forward. Okay? It's not out of hate. Some people think, oh, well, you hate black men. That's why you're. No. Stop that stupid mess. I don't hate nobody. Okay? Black women are a preference to me, always have been. Okay? And people say, well, it's a fetish, it's a same old talking points, same old crap. Okay? But if you look at my life and you look deep, you'll find I've only been married once. Okay? I only have children with one woman, my wife. Okay? I opened up my options and I've been blessed all the way. So if that's a fetish, everybody should get a fetish in, right? Because in today's world, marriages suck. Okay? Across the board. Okay? And black women are getting the short end of the stick when it comes to love and marriage. I'm being honest, okay? But also, to be fair, men in today's world suck. Men in today's world need to do better. Okay? And I'm talking across the board. All right? And I don't believe one group of people is better than the other. I never thought that. I will never think that. But I do know there are certain groups that are more successful because they put more in, they work harder, and they make better choices, i.e., black women, white men. Okay? But the beautiful thing is, you can develop character, you can turn your life around, and you can make good decisions. Or you can play the victim, and just blame everybody else for your misfortunes. It's up to you. But black women are a true blessing. Black women are the best option. Okay? They really are. Black women have uplifted white men to having a 44% less chance of a divorce than any other group of people in America. Okay? We get the best results as white men that marry black women. Okay? Like it, lump it, I don't care. That is the truth. I'm not going to sit here and cater and pander to some beta males because they get their feelings hurt when I say black women and white men are the best option. Okay, that's what I think. You don't like it? Tough. I don't care. Okay? You can believe what you want. But I have my experiences and I have different studies and data that back up what I'm saying. And even if you run me off YouTube, it ain't going to change the facts. Swirl to investment is bigger than me. It's not something I just dreamed up. I just put a name on something that's happening. I put a name on a blessing that's taking place. Okay? Swirl to investment's real. Black women, white men coming together, black women and non-black men, Asian and different groups of men. This is real. And black women are experiencing an increase in marriage. They're experiencing longevity within their marriage. Okay? And us as white men, we're experiencing a true blessing. When we marry black women, we do better than even within our race. I'm just saying. But the reason more of us don't do this is because of the shaming, because of the hatred, you know, and because people want to live in their segregated mindset. They want to be with people that just look like them, and that's it. And that's it. If they want to do that, look, if you want to do that, that's perfectly fine. But do not shame people that want to open up their options. Okay? Because the thing of it is at the end of the day, we want to be loved. We want to have the best relationship we can have. And for me, I'm not looking for somebody that looks like me. I'm looking for somebody that's the best option for me. And I found that. Okay? And I'm here to tell the truth. Okay? And I'm tired of this hate speech being pushed on me. I'm tired of this crap because I love black women. Call me a slave master. Call them my wife and other black women that have love and respect for me as slaves is freaking racist. But then you turn around and call me racist because I love black women. I mean, really? I don't know. But let me get off my rant because that's not what this show's about. My thing is you go where you're loved, you go for the best option, and if people don't like it, they can turn it sideways and stick it straight up their candy. You know what? Okay? I'm just saying. Okay? And I'm here to tell the truth. I'm here to promote Swirl to investment. Okay? Because life is too short. Black women, the men in your community, you outnumber by over 2 million. And if you're going to be race loyal and wait for that good black man to come through, which he might, I'm not saying he won't, but you better be in your A game. You better be at the top of your top. Because they know you outnumber them. And they can dictate what they want from you. Okay? And people say, well, you're just trying to divide black people. No, I'm not. I wish black love was strong and going full speed ahead. But it's not. Let's be honest. Okay? The least likely group to get married is the black community. That is the honest to God truth. Now, to be fair, all communities lack in marriage. We're all lacking. But until we take accountability and fix this problem, It's going to get worse. I'm just saying. But we look at reality, we look at the truth. Black women, white men need to get together more than any other group. They have the biggest success amongst everybody. I've looked at the data over and over and over again. Okay? And it makes sense. And what I found is us as white men in our community, we uplift the white woman and put her on a pedestal and act like she could do no wrong, but in turn, we take the blame for everything. Then you look at the black community, it's the opposite. They put the black man on that pedestal. They worship him. And then the black woman takes the blame within her community. So when you got two people pouring in the work and held accountable, it makes sense they're going to have the most success. Okay? And I know people are triggered. What I say, you can't say that. You can't say white men and black women are the best option. Yes, I can. Okay? It is what it is. And it's not racist. Okay? It's just the facts. Just saying. But black women are a blessing within our country, within our relationships. And I'm telling you, you love a black woman and she loves you, you're set. And the reason people do not have successful relationships with black women, 9 times out of 10, it's the man that's at fault. It's because he cannot receive her love and he can't give it back because he's caught in his ego. He's caught in what he can get out of her. And he misses out on the blessing. I'm telling you, I figured this out. Black women are the best option for every group of men on this planet. Call me crazy, but I'm telling you. But anyway, okay. But, you know, people are going to hate me because I love black women. I'm going to get hate because I love black women. That's fine. I don't care. You can hate me. You can call me racist. You call me whatever you want. But I'm living my best life because I opened up my options and I made the best decision. I chose the black woman. And I'm reaping the blessings as I go. But anyway, okay, let me show you some of these videos, okay, and think about this. And I'm going to tell you, ladies, don't be afraid to open up your options, okay? I know it's scary. I know it's something new. I know it's out of the comfort zone, and I'm talking to men too, okay? Be vigilant, though. Vet. Get to know that person. Okay, don't just jump in blindly. But don't be afraid to open up your options. Because your blessing might be a different color than you. It might be a white guy, it might be an Asian guy. And skin tone, what's that mean? It just determines what you look like. What matters is what's in your heart. Do not let that conditioning sway you to not open up your options. Don't let it sway you to just follow everybody else. and throw away what could be a true blessing. Because I'm telling you, there are so many black women, white men that would gladly date each other, that would open up their arms to each other. But they don't because of the conditioning. Because white men, we uplift Becky and put her on that pedestal. And we think that's our only option. And we have been praising our counterpart forever. It's just now recently we're kind of like, okay, I'm opening up my options. Black women, you're doing the same thing. And black women, do not feel guilty because you fall in love with a non-black man. There's nothing wrong with it. If he's a good man and he loves you, you should not feel ashamed for it. We do not owe anybody a damn thing. Just like I don't owe Becky shit, you don't owe Tyrone shit. I'm just saying. Now, if you want to be with them, that's great. Do you? But if you don't and you want to open up your options, do it. Do not let anybody dictate what you do with your life. Because I know so many black women, white men that are heartbroken today because they were opening up their options, but they listen to family and friends. Oh, we're different. Oh, it's a different culture. Oh, how can a bird and a dog get together? Shut up. I had some joker say, people need to stay with their own kind because how can a bird and a dog? Look, those are different species. We're human beings. We're the same species, idiot. We can procreate. We can create families. We're human. We say different races because man found a way to separate us from everybody else. Bottom line is we're human beings. You go where you're loved. You go where you're respected. Do not worship a skin tone. Do not worship a group of people. You do you. Make it about you, and you will be happy. And in fact, our society will be a lot better off. But too many times we do what everybody has done through time, and we just, we look alike, we gotta stay with our own kind because you can't love nobody. Shut up. And I'm telling you, we need to turn things around. We need to give black women the love and respect they deserve. We're lacking on that. Because, truth be told, the woman is a prize, the woman is a treasure, and we gotta be worthy of that blessing. This BS that saying men are the prize and we don't compete because women are going to compete for us, that's BS. That's what's wrong with our society. That's where we're lacking. Because men are not men. They want to be the beautiful one. They want to be the little princess and let the women compete. Let the women provide. But anyway, okay, let me stop ranting. Okay. I want to give a shout out to my buddy in Denver, uh, Beta Butterman. Okay, you had a disagreement with me. You're still pissed about that cartoon I did about you. Oh well, get over it. Okay. You called me an open racist because I made fun of you. If I make fun of you, that don't make me a racist. If I disagree with you, that don't make me racist. I don't have a problem with you being black, Beta Butterman. I have a problem with your character. I have a problem how you talk to women, how you treat women. You say I'm open racist. I say you're open pervert, straight up. So take that, turn it sideways, and stick it straight up your candy ass. Okay, sorry guys. I just had to get a shout out to my buddy and to that Big Mama Shrek in Atlanta. All right, I'm going to give you a shout out. Okay, stay out of my business. Okay, go make your jerk chicken in a dirty ass kitchen. You know, go buy your truckload of dirt and stay the hell out of my business. Okay, just saying. Okay, I'm just saying. Kiss my butt. I'm here to stay. Swirl to investment forever. Yeah, you don't think I look. I was born on this earth to be with a black woman. I was born to compete for the black woman. I'm going to keep doing it. Yes, I'm married. I'm not competing to be with a woman because I got my wife, but I'm competing for the black woman to tell the truth, to honor the black woman, give her love and respect she deserves. And black women, put yourself first. Don't cater to these betas. Don't do it. Okay? You don't know nobody nothing except yourself. Put yourself first. You've poured into everybody in your community, black women. You have fought that good fight. Now it's time we fight that good fight for you. It's time we put you first. Okay? It's time. I tell you what. I was talking to somebody today and he says, "Oh, you've been married to your wife 30 years, a black woman. Has anybody shown you hate?" Or I'm sure they have. Is it worth it? Damn straight it's worth it. Anything, any hate that comes my way, any persecution, no matter what I have to go through, it is worth it to be with a black woman. Black women, you are a blessing from God. Black women, you are the most beautiful woman on earth. And I would go through 10 times what I went through to be with you. You are more than my preference. You are a treasure, a blessing from God. Your love comes from heaven above. And there's no other woman that can compare to you. There's no other woman that can compare to your heart, your emotions, your spirituality, and your beauty. So I'd go through it a million times over. And I tell you, no matter how long I'm here, because I don't plan to go nowhere. But if YouTube decides we don't need Roadrunner here no more, the swirl to investment lives on. It's bigger than me, it's bigger than you. It's God's plan of bringing people together for true love. And it's time we do the right thing. It's time we be with the people that love us and don't not get caught up in the people that look like us. Okay? Now, if your true love looks like you, that's great. But a lot of times our true love don't look like us. I was meant to be with a black woman. I wasn't meant to be with a woman that looks like me. I know this. And some of us are like that. And that's okay. embrace it. Take your swirl to investment. And don't let nobody shame you. Okay? Because we're not here to make sure people's feelings ain't hurt. We're here to do what's best for us. I'm just saying. But there's a lot of weird things happening. There's a lot of hate on me. Okay? Because I tell the truth. Okay? I tell stats. They're not pleasant. Okay? And I wish all men we were all great men and we could say great things about each other across the board. And you know, I try to believe in people. I try to open up. And I have let people on this platform and tried to be understanding. Even though this is a Swirl to investment platform. But crazy thing is whenever I do that, I always get, most of the time, 9 times out of 10, I always get burned. But that ain't happening no more. This is strictly Swirl to investment. If you're not a swirler or investor or divested, stay the hell away from here. I'm just saying. Now, let me make this clear, okay? If you want to support this channel and you're not that's fine. I'm not saying you can't come up here and be in the chat, but you know, if you're not going to be part of pushing us forward, don't come over here, okay? I'm not here to uplift the black man. I'm not here to hear his struggle. I'm here to promote interracial relationships. I'm here to uplift black women, okay? Now, there are pro-black channels that will uplift the black man. Go there. Do your thing, okay? This is Swirl to investment, okay? Most of the people on here are divested. That's what we are, okay? I'm just saying. Now, I love everybody. I do, okay? I love black women, whether they're with white men or not, or with black men. I don't care. Okay? But this is Swirl to investment. This is about black women and non-black men. Okay? This ain't about black men and white women. I'm not going to do that show. I know some people, well, you never do a show about black men and white women. Of course I don't. That's not what this is. That would be like me going to SYSB and saying, hey, guys, you like Becky, but why aren't you talking about Brad and Keisha? I mean, I don't do that to them. Why are you going to do that to me? Stay in your lane. Okay? I'm just saying. Now, I have white women that support this channel. There are black men that support this channel, but usually they do it on the down low. Okay? I don't have hate for nobody, but I'm not here to lift up everybody. Just like pro-black is not going to bring me in and roll out the red carpet, right? I get it. I'm just saying. Now, I don't know why I have to explain this, but some people don't get it. They think because I'm a white man on a channel, I got to be fair because I show love to black women. I got to show it to black men too, and I got to do this and that. No. Okay? I'll show you respect and treat you the way you treat me. Okay? All right. All right, enough of that. Okay. All right, I'm going to show you some videos, and let me tell you, and ladies, listen to me. Ladies, you've asked me, how do I know if the guy's really into me? How do I know if he really loves me, or he's just wanting to see what it's like to be with a black woman. How do I know this? And that's a great question. Okay, I get that all the time. Okay, I can't read minds. I can't say, well, yeah, he loves you, or no, he's a dirtbag. I wish I had that power, but there's some things you can do. Okay, there's some things you can look at that will help you out. Okay, let me tell you one thing. If you're in a relationship, okay, when you go out, does he spend money on you? And I'm not saying just, buy you everything you want, but is he, how can I say this? Is he okay spending money on you? Is it something he just does naturally? He just loves to be with you, and he's not thinking how much money he's spending on the date. He does it, right? Because when I met my wife and we were dating, I wasn't worried about, okay, I pay this, you pay that. Oh, well, no. I was okay paying for the date, and I would spend money on my wife, and and I did it because I love her, because I love the relationship. Okay, it was like it was natural. Does a man treat you that way, or is he kind of reserved when it comes to spending money? Okay, and I'm not saying that he takes you shopping and just spends thousands of dollars. I'm not talking about that. Okay, how is he with his money? Does he share, his how can I say it? Does he share his resources with you? Okay, and when you're first dating, he's not going, spend a bunch of money on you, but he should at least pay for the date, the meal, and everything else. That's what we should do as men. But when you're in a relationship and you really care and love each other, is he okay sharing his resources with you? That's a big thing, because so many times men that are reluctant to share their resources, when you get married, a lot of times they're going to be the same way. Um, and when you're in a marriage, your wealth is your wealth. Now you both have to be responsible, but how's he with that? And another thing, do you know his family? Does he want you to know his family? Does he want you to meet his mother and father and his brother and sister? Okay? Because a lot of times when somebody really loves you, they'll bring you home and they'll introduce you to their mom and dad, because they want them to know that this is the person I love and this is who I want to be with, right? Just saying. What do they want in life? Get to know people, okay? Dating should not be about the bedroom. Dating should be about courting. It should be about getting to know each other, okay? For some reason, we throw sex as the first thing we do when we date, which it should be the very last thing, okay? That's why we get in trouble. I'm just saying, that should be the very last thing. That's like when you truly love each other and you're married, the sexual thing is the icing on the cake. Okay? It shouldn't be the first thing you do. It messes you up a lot of times. Okay? But anyway, get to know, what do they want in life? How do they treat you? When the man's got time off, is it hard to get a hold of him? Does he come see you only in certain times? I'm just saying. When I was dating my wife, I worked 3 jobs, but I always found time to be with my wife. Well, she wasn't my wife at the time, but I found time to be with her because I wanted to be with her. I was all in. You know. Oh, sorry. Our video quality might be a little rough. You know, we got electrical storm where I'm at. We got a lot of rain. Um, I just seen a power surge. So, but anyway, if this live ends, it's probably that. But hopefully, it'll be okay. Um, but anyway, there's some things you can do. Be strategic. Oh man, that was thunder. Be strategic. Okay? Remember, it's about you. Ladies, he's got to learn, he's got to earn the privilege to be with you. If you want him to be with you, he's got to earn that. Okay? Okay, let me show some videos on people's opinion on the black wife effect or black woman effect. Okay? All right. Okay, let me see. Which one am I going to show first? Okay.
Do you know this black women, white men, black men conversation that's been going viral on TikTok right now? If you haven't seen it, since the video came out of the black women effect or black girlfriend effect, black men have been so upset. A lot of black men have been coming out, having a lot of unnecessary stuff, saying we're slaving ourselves away to the white men, blah, 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 all those rubbish. Just Google it or type in your search bar and you would know about this story that's been going viral on TikTok. Okay, so this is my take on it, yeah? Black men are upset or not happy because a black woman decided to go with a white man. And they feel like, oh, you guys are just being slaves, they're fetishizing, da da da. But this is not me trying to throw black men under the bus, or this is not me trying to come on here to destroy black men, because these are not.
Okay, let me put something here. What she said. Okay, I'm going to stop it right here. Okay, this is a thing they always say. A white man with a black woman. Oh, he's a fetishizer. Oh, he's a slave master. Oh, he's going to treat you like a. We always got to go back to slavery. Why? We're not living in today's world. Why do we have to go there? And I'm telling you, the reason they go there, if you're in an interracial relationship and a black man or black woman for that matter starts talking about slavery, slave master, all that garbage, which is very racist, by the way, when they start talking like that, okay, they're scared. Okay, they see something happening. Okay, they're seeing white men and black women come together, and things are happening. Okay, the way our society is changing. Okay, that white guilt thing that they hold on to and they cherish it, because that's why they say the slavery thing, racism, fetishizer, because they want you to feel guilty. They want you to suffer. They want revenge. Okay? That's what it is. They want revenge for slavery, even though you didn't participate in it, white people. They're trying to shame you and they're trying to stop black women from being with white men. It's an agenda, okay? But they can't stop it because it's increasing all the time. Because, truth be told, black women, white men have always been attracted to each other. A lot of them have always wanted to be with each other. And all the segregation that you try to push forward, you can't stop it. But they're afraid, okay? And I'm telling you, they don't want the white man to be lifted up and to be successful. And especially not by the black woman. That's what it's all about. I'm telling you. They can't look at it and say, well, we're all people. The past is gone. Let's make this a better world. No, they can't do that. They're still trying to be segregated. Now, the black man with the white woman, that's perfectly fine. They're not fighting that. Because it's about the ego. And I'm not saying all, but a lot of black men have that big ego because they get with the white woman, the black woman, and everybody else. But when they see the white man opening up their, just like they feel some kind of way, which is stupid. We're all people. I mean, I've never looked at Becky going with another group of men as like, oh my God, she belongs to me. No, you know, I never looked at it that way. And you never should. A woman that looks like you does not belong to you. I don't care if you got the same DNA or whatever. She belongs to whoever she wants to belong to. Okay? If white women want to run over and be with black men, that's perfectly fine. I have no problem with that. In fact, I support that because people should go where they want to go. Okay? But when white men do it, don't be hating on them. Okay? We all have the right to be with whoever we want to be with. And this stupidity of, oh, the slave master, that's stupid. Okay? You're not going to win that way. I'm just saying. But whenever I hear that, whenever they say that, and whenever I know, you know what? If I'm competing for the black woman and you start talking about slavery, I know I won. You might as well just surrender and step aside because I'm coming in for the victory. I'm just saying. Because a true man that has character, a true man that has value, he's going to check you in today's world. He's going to check you on your character. And mostly confident men, if they feel they're better looking than you, they got more money, more successful, they're going to push that forward. But the ones that say, oh, well, slavery, you're a racist, those are the ones that really ain't got nothing going on. They really don't. It's their last-ditch effort to shame you, and, you know, it's desperation. Okay? I'm just saying, we need to get out of that stuff. Okay? We need to come together as people. Okay? We don't need the black community, the white community, the Asian community. Let's just be Americans. Let's just love each other, regardless of who you go with. And if one group has better success, instead of hating them, let's learn from them. You know, I've learned that Asians in America are leading the way when it comes to wealth, when it comes to success financially, right? They're doing better than white people, black people, every group. Okay? And why is that? Is it because they're better? No. Is it because of their work ethic and their strategic and their discipline? Yes. So instead of hating, I could learn from that. And how I raised my family and the choices I made. A lot of that came from my Asian friends that I grew up with that, you know, I have love and respect for. And I've seen how their families were successful. And what did they do that? How did they do that? Hard work, discipline. You're supposed to be at work at 6 o'clock. You get there 20 minutes early. You know, you do your job, you're disciplined. You manage your money right. You pour into your children how education is important. Right? Now I could hate on them and say, oh, well, you know, whatever. No. If I see someone doing something that's successful, I'm going to take notes. Just saying. Now, does that mean all Asian men are Asian people are successful? And no, some are losers, just like everybody else. But statistically, they do better than all of us. Really. So why would I hate them for it? Maybe I can learn from them, right? Well, just saying with black women, white men, they have the most successful marriage rate. Instead of hating on them, learn from them. How can you make your marriage better? What are they doing that you're not doing? Get out of your ego, okay? Because it don't mean shit what people say about you. It's what's in your heart. It's your character. You're going to be successful or a failure regardless of what people say about you. And don't become a victim, because that's a one-way to failure. Because victims are never wrong. Victims, it's always somebody else's fault. And I think black people would be so much more successful if they got out of this mindset. Oh, it's white supremacy. White supremacy did this. White supremacy that. I stubbed my toe. White supremacy. Oh, I didn't get the job. White supremacy. Oh, this didn't happen. White supremacy. Come on. How about look within? Maybe it's not white supremacy. Maybe it's you're at fault. And I'm not saying there's not white supremacy, because there is. There's white supremacy, black supremacy, Asian supremacy, Middle Eastern supremacy. There's so many supremacists. That's how people are. Some people think they're better than others. What can I say? Okay? But the only one holding you from success is yourself. White people don't have a grip that tough. We're not that brilliant. And black people aren't dumb. I mean, come on. I always hate excuses. You know, it's funny. When I was growing up, my father would never let me use an excuse. Even if I was right, even if it wasn't my fault, he'd always critique me. Oh, you could have done this to avoid that. And I'm like, damn, it wasn't my fault, but you're blaming me. What the hell? But you know why he did that? Because he wanted me to go through life not relying on an excuse. Sometimes it's better to be at fault. Sometimes it's better to know you're lacking. Sometimes it's better to know your weaknesses, so you can improve and not blame others for your misfortune. Life is not fair. People say, well, you got white privilege. I say, great. Thank God I have white privilege. Now I can give it to the black woman. I'm just saying. Because all my wealth, everything I've earned, who's it going to? At the end of the day, my black wife. So there you go. Okay. All right, let's listen.
All black men, by the way. I'm just talking about the ones that have come on social media. This is the thing. Some of you black brothers, you know within yourself, you don't want us black sisters. You know it. You don't treat us the same way you would treat other ethnicities. And we are so aware of this. And one thing I know for sure about black men is this, is they know what they want. Yeah. They have more self-awareness. Black men might not have so many things, but self-awareness is one thing they have a lot. And they know what they want. They know.
Let me stop there. She said black men know what they want. I think they do. You know, and it's funny. I love her accent. Yeah. Is that a British thing? I don't know. But anyway, okay, let's continue.
What they're doing, they know where they want to go to. So when they come across a certain black woman, they don't want to give them the world because they don't want them. So when this certain black woman now decide to go to a white man, it's a problem. They see it as, oh, white man fetishizing on us, blah, blah. No, because let me give you my experience. I've been on a date with white men, black men. Whenever I go on a date with a black man, yeah, and I know you guys are going to go, oh, it's the black man you chose or the black man you choose. No. How would I know which one is which? They come to me, they talk to me, they ask me how they act normal. So I entertain them. Okay. So I've been out with a black man. He's only taking me out on one date. After that date, he only wants me to come to his house. Oh, when are you going to come to my house? When are you going to come to my house? I've been out with a white man and he's never never talked about me coming into his house. It's always date upon date. And when I say date, I'm not talking about taking me to like 20-star restaurants all the time. We've done dates like go hiking, we've done snooker dates, we've done brunch dates. Like, it has been date upon date. It has been date on the part, like, walk.
Okay, let me stop there. I think what she's talking about, this is cultural. Okay, this is a culture. Okay, and I think we need to change the culture in America. Okay, I really do. We need, dating should be courting. Okay, like I said, we should not go to the bedroom till we're married. Okay, but we put sex in front of everything. That's why we're messed up. Okay, all right. But what she's saying, it was never about the bedroom. Why? Okay, I'm gonna get in trouble here because I can't speak for black men because I don't know, but it just seems like it's more physical than I. I don't know. Maybe just more forward. No, I'll leave it at that. Okay, but when she talked about dating, and here's the thing, okay, she said it, and this is right. It's not all about the 5-star restaurant and going exclusive. Let me tell you, my first date with my wife, you know what that was? We walked around the park in my neighborhood. I talked to her. I got to know her. We talked for hours, sitting out at night, looking at the sunset. We had an awesome date. Okay? I didn't spend hundreds of dollars on a fancy meal and wine dinner and diner. I'm not saying don't do that. But, we got to know each other. Okay? We didn't hop in bed and went at it. No, we just talked. Okay? That's courting. That's a cultural thing. That's what, back in the day, that's how men and women got to know each other. Okay? Today we're so fast, it's like, bam. Oh, you like me, I like you, and we hit the bedroom and then we're screwed up. And then we have kids out of wedlock and wonder what the hell happened. Okay? But as I was saying, me and my wife, we walked around the park, we got to know each other. That was a time in my life I embrace, I love it. It was beautiful. Okay? Now, when I asked my wife to marry me, and she said yes, from that point, she no longer paid for her rent. I paid for her rent. I bought her food. I took care of her like she was my wife. And we weren't married at the time. And she could have said, well, and took advantage and said, well, I'm not interested in you no more. Bye. Could have done that. But, you can always make more money. It just, money's a tool. That's the way I looked at it. And you know what? She loved me and she stayed with me forever. So it was serious. But that moment she said, yes, she's my wife. Even though I didn't say I do, I treated her like my wife. Okay? Because I was all in. And I didn't need to go to bed with her and do sexual things to know that it's real. But in our society, because of our culture, we believe because a woman don't, give us sex that she don't like us. And women think, oh, well, I got to give them this. No. We lost our way. And this is in all culture. This is all groups of people. We need to fix it. Okay. Um, but anyway, it's not always, where they take you. See, I had a date with I didn't spend no money on my first date. But you know what? I spent a lot of money on my wife. I did. I took care of my wife. I pampered my wife. I treated my wife like a queen. I did. But it don't always start there. You might just get to know each other, and that's okay. But I tell you what, she never paid for our date. I always did that. Okay? Okay, let's continue.
through the park. But a black man, they take you on one date, from my experience, and then the next thing, when are you coming to my house? When am I coming to your house? And the minute they even know you're a single mother, like, you know, you live alone, not even single mother, you live alone, oh, that's it. When am I coming to your house? Are you going to cook for me? And then you see black women going to white men that they're treating them better, and you're mad. Let me give you another scenario.
Okay, let me stop there again. Okay? This is being too forward and too aggressive. Let me tell you. My daughters, when they were dating, and they told me and my wife that black men scared the crap out of them because they were so pushy. They were so forward. And well, and my daughters were raised in a predominantly white culture, right? There's black people in our neighborhood, but it's mostly white people. So white men would approach my daughters and be, do it in a roundabout way and get to know them and just take their time, ease in. Where it seemed like black men were just jumped all in, like, hey, what's up? We're going out, we're going to do this. And I'm not saying they're all like that, but that's a cultural thing. And this creates confusion too, a lot of times with black women, white men, right? Where black women think, okay, he's not really into me. He stares at me. He winks at me. He might say hi. He's real nice, but he won't take a shot. He won't make the move. He just won't do it, right? It's a cultural thing. We move slower. That's just how it is. That's how we've been taught. That's how we've been raised. So black women, if a white man is nice to you and he don't push up on you right away, that don't mean he don't like you. It's just a different cultural thing. Okay? Um, but I just saying it's good to take your time. Okay, and I've always said this, that maybe white men, black men should get together and take how they do things and press it together and get a happy medium. And especially interracial dating, white men, don't be too reserved. Take your shot. Just tell her. Okay, you're into her, you let her know. Because you're dealing with different cultures and a different way we do things. Okay, and black women, they're used to their men being more forward. So be forward, but be loving and respectful. Okay, don't tell her she's got a nice butt or nothing stupid. Just tell her, hey, you can tell her she looks beautiful and you wanted to get to know her. That's fine. Okay, but push it. Go forward. Take your shot. And black women really, in my experience, and ladies, you can tell me if I'm wrong, black women want a guy that's upfront and she wants to know, what your position is. She don't want to guess whether you like her or not or play that game. She wants to know. Okay. And if she's interested in you, she really wants to know. If she's not interested, she could care less what you do. But if she's into you, she wants you to make the move and at least, take your shot. But a lot of white guys don't. They'll wait. No, wait. No. Oh, gotta wait for the perfect time when she's alone. White men, listen to me. You're into her. There's no better time than the present. Okay? I don't care if her friends are standing around, she's talking to her friend. Go up to her and talk to her. Be bold about it. Now, if she's with a guy, don't do that because that could be her boyfriend or husband. And you don't want to create a problem like that. But if she's with her girlfriends, just go and take your shot. Because I'm telling you, black women will look at that and say, damn, he just went up and talked to her like he didn't even care who was around. Black women like men that take the initiative and make things happen. Am I right, ladies? I'm just saying. Okay, let's continue.
There used to be this black guy used to ask me out, and this guy is a single dad. I'm a single mom. He's doing well for himself. He's okay. But I could tell he's entertaining so many other girls. So I'm not really giving him my time because I can tell he's entertaining so many other girls. And I remember one thing he said to me. He was like, oh, it's just, I don't think I'm where I want to be at right now. And I'm like, what do you mean? Do you mean mentally or physically or financially? He's like, oh, I can't really put my finger on it. That to me is a red flag. If you do
yeah, that is that. Okay, let me stop there. That means he wants to get with you, sleep with you, but he don't want nothing more. He wants to have fun. That is a big red flag. Okay. What do you mean you don't know where you want to be yet, or you're confused? Ladies, you don't want a man that come up to you that's confused. Okay? You want him to be all in wanting to be with you. Okay? That just that's a big red flag. Okay? And let me tell you another thing, ladies. Take note of this. Listen. Okay? If a man approaches you and he's just smooth with the words, he says the right thing, he's got it put together, and he sweeps you off your feet, and he's just like so suave about it, he's just so confident, and you're like, oh my God, that's a red flag. Okay? Because let me tell you, usually when a man's really into you, he's going to be nervous. He wants to give a good impression. He might stutter a little bit. He usually don't have the best words because he's really into you and he's nervous and he wants it to work, right? Where a guy that's so suave and smooth, he's been with multiple women and he's just, he's good at what he does and he could take you or leave you. And a lot of women fall for that guy that has the smooth words, that guy that just puts it down, right? He's just the man. Yeah, well, that guy that's just the man is with multiple women. Okay? I'm just saying. Usually when a man's a little nervous, it's a good thing. If he stutters a little bit, he trembles and he's shaking, don't be afraid of that. Okay? He's just going through some things and he's really into you and he wants it to work. Okay? And it's going to break his heart if you say no. Okay? I'm just saying. You want a guy that's genuine. Because us as men, we could sit up here and learn all the great words to say and just be so smooth. And if we're around a woman, we don't care whether she likes us or not. It flows. If when I was dating, if I was like, yeah, maybe I'll date her, maybe not, I don't care. The words would just flow like no tomorrow. I'd be so smooth. But if I had feelings for her, I'd be trembling, nervous, and I'm just saying. And that's men in general. I'm telling you. Now, I'm not saying he can't be confident and be into you, but usually it don't go that smooth. Usually the smooth guys are the players. Okay? I'm just saying. Do you want to get with a player and be played? Be the next girl being played? Okay, let's continue.
Even know where you're at and you don't even know what you're talking about. Yeah, okay, let's put that to the side. He now said one thing that really struck me, like black men are so aware of what they're doing. This guy said to me, okay, he saw me one day talking to a white guy and he was like, you know what, Abby, yeah, I'll be so upset if I was to see you with a white man dating a white man. I was like, why? Why would you be upset if you were to see me dating a white man? He was like, come on, look at you, you're a beautiful, dark chocolate, curvy, attractive black woman. You are meant for the brothers, not for them. And I'm like, wow.
Wow. Okay, but that's not uncommon. Okay. Um, some men, some BMs think that black women belong to them. Okay. Some of them just feel that way. And it's sad because unless that's the woman in your life that you have a relationship, you shouldn't feel that other women belong to you because they look like you. I've never felt like white women belong to me. No, no, they don't. Okay. I have no say in what a white woman does. And I would never try to have that say, right? They're human beings. They have the right to be with whoever they want to be with. Okay. And I've said that over and over. Some of these black dudes come on and show, well, what if white women get with black men? I said, what if they do? Good for them. I don't care. I mean, I don't feel a certain way about that. First of all, I don't think women belong to men anyway, unless that's your wife. Uh, and black women are my preference, so I really don't give a damn what Becky does. I'm being honest, right? And I don't care what Mei Ling does, the Asian woman, right? And nothing against them. I'm just all into the black woman. So really, it's not even a thing for me. I would get my feelings hurt more if a black woman was with a black man. Does that make sense? I mean, if I don't know him, I don't care. But if I was into a black woman and she chose a black man, I would have my feelings hurt more than seeing black men with white women because I'm into black women, right? Does that make sense? I'm just saying, black. My heart belongs to black women, so black women are the only ones that can break my heart. Call call it whatever you want, but that's the truth. Okay, I'll admit it. All right, let's continue.
Like that sense of ownership. He wants to own me, but he doesn't want to do what he's supposed to do to earn me. And then he's going to be upset if he sees me with another demographic of human. So yeah, a lot of black women are beginning to realize now that, I'm sorry, some of our black brothers, so they're going where they're loved, they're going where they're tolerated, they're going where they're treating them right. So enough of this debate on social media, like, oh, rest. You don't do. Go where you're celebrated. If you're a black man, you like a white woman, go there. If you're celebrated there, please go there. But don't go there and go and destroy us and make us look like the bad one. And same goes to black women. If a white man is what you want, go for a white man, but don't go there and make black men look horrible. Let's just learn to live and enjoy our lives. We've only got short time on earth. Life is precious. Enjoy it.
Right on. Right. That's right. That's right. And that's right, Jacqueline. You don't belong to no one, to anyone. You don't. That's right. Unless you want to belong to somebody. Okay. If you accept, you get married to a man and you want to belong to, there you go. Um, but you don't belong to no one. It's your choice. It's your life. And like she said, go where you're celebrated, regardless of what you are. Don't hate people because they open up their options. Come on, people. And I always say black women and white men are the best option for each other, and I stand by it. But I would never get mad at a black man who says white women and black men are the best option. Okay, that's how you believe. Do you? Do what makes you happy. Okay? Just saying. All right, that was a good video. It was a bit long. The other ones are shorter. But I want you to hear what people are saying. Okay? All right.
If y'all don't do nothing.
Okay. Black wife effect trend. All right, let's hear this.
Listen here. If y'all don't do nothing else today,
This black wife effect only shows that when black women are loved properly, we give you pizzazz, we give you sparkle, we create, we give you life, we give you seasoning.
Mm, that's right. When a black woman's loved the right way, she's going to give you pizzazz. She's going to give you so-called seasoning, right? Um, she's going to give you love. She's going to uplift you. She's going to make you feel good. She's going to make you confident. She's going to pour into you. Okay? She's right. It's not black women that are the problem. It's the man. 9 times out of 10. There are some evil black women out there. There are. But usually black women are loving and reasonable. Okay? And if you love a black woman the right way, she's going to love you the right way, and you're going to have a beautiful thing. You're going to have a good relationship. You're going to be uplifted. You're going to be healthy. You're going to be happy. Okay? That is so true. And that's why the black wife effect is so powerful. It's not just the black women doing their, being the beautiful black women they are. It's not just that. They are doing that, but the men are loving them the right way. That's why the swirl to investment works, because you got people that take their swirl to investment. They want more than the date. They want more than the experience. They want a lifetime together. Hmm? And if you love the black woman the right way and she loves you, oh my God. I'm telling you, once a black woman touches your heart, you belong to her forever. I'm just saying. Once a black woman touched my heart, I never wanted to be with any other woman ever. It's real. But you got to do the right thing. You got to be a man and love her the right way. That means spiritually, emotionally, physically. Okay? Some guys with their ego, they say, I can really lay it down and think the physical's going to do it all. No, it's not. You got to have all areas of love. You got to have the emotional. You got to have the spiritual. Okay? And then the physical is a part of it too, but it all comes together. And when you got love in all areas, it makes every area better. Just saying. What's that? Someone is airing your stream on. Yeah, that they are. They look. These people are insecure. These people are haters. Okay, these people want to destroy black women and white men's relationships. They're today's modern day segregationists. They're full of hate. They are. And what they're trying to do is to get me to retaliate and say something off so they can strike me and get rid of me. Because they can't compete with me. All they can do is hate on me and hope they catch me into saying something so they get rid of me. That's all it is. It's all a game. Okay? They're just there to harass. That's all they do. Okay? I don't care. They can do whatever. Okay? I'm going to do my thing, swirl to investment. I'm going to uplift the black woman. I'm going to show love and respect to black women. Maybe these jokers should do the same thing instead of trying to hate on me and, go in on me because I have a friendship with somebody they don't like. Whatever. Yeah. But anyway, don't even pay attention to them. They're just stupid. I ain't got time for this crap. You know, let them hate, let them worry about me, because you know what? I know I'm making progress. I know I'm having an impact, and that's what they don't like. Okay? They're full of hate. Okay? It's all about the ego. That's all it is. But anyway, all right. All right, here, let's see here. Okay, let me show this video.
Is real. Okay, this is something that needs to be studied in universities. I don't believe in much, but I believe in the black wife effect, and soon you will too. This is me before I met my wife. I look like if Machine Gun Kelly was anemic. I look like Water Gun Kelly. Who parted my hair? Moses? And how do I look like a little boy and an old woman at the same time? Like, this should be an illegal build. Enter the black wife. Which I do every chance I get. You can't tell me that's not a miracle. You can't tell me that's not an improvement. What? Do you see this? Call me a leaky ceiling? Because I got the drip. This one's just a thirst trap. I'll give you a sec. Dude, night and day. And I'm not just talking about our skin colors. The black wife effect? Give it the Pulitzer. Give it the Nobel Prize. Give it an Oscar. Give it a Tony. Make it an EGOT. Fucking black wife effect, man.
Right? This guy is funny, but he's married to a black woman. He loves his black wife, and he uplifts her. And that's a beautiful thing. And the black wife effect is real. Okay? Black women are beautiful and amazing. And black women, I love you. And look, you know, people have gone in on me and said, well, you know, you're hating on black men. No, I'm just loving on black women. Okay? I'm not going to uplift men, white men, black men. Look, if men need another man to uplift them, they got issues. Okay? I'm here to uplift black women and show love and respect for black women. Okay? And people try to shame me. Oh, well, you're making money off black women. No, I'm not. I do make money on YouTube. I do. Okay? From the views and stuff I get. I don't ask for any super chats or none of that. People do give them to me to show me love. But if you look at my channel, I'm usually giving more money than that's coming in. Okay? And, you know, I look at it this way. This is our platform. You know, I've cashed up black women left and right. I'll even go through YouTube and just throw a few coins to some black women because I see the beautiful job they're doing. And when I do that, when the roadrunner runs through and throws you a few coins, just smile and just embrace the beautiful person you are. Like I said, I've been blessed by black women, and I have a desire to bless black women. I might not even know who she is, or I just might show some love. That's just me, okay? And that's what it's all about. But anyway, they try any way to shame me. This channel is about the message. This channel is about going where you're loved and respected. This channel is about uplifting black women and letting black women know that you're beautiful and you deserve the best. And black women, you could go wherever you want. If you want to be with a black man, you can have that. The white man, the Asian, whatever you want, ladies. Make this about you. Make this your world. Black women, you've been pouring into everybody since the beginning of time. It's time to put yourself first. And this platform is about uplifting black women. And it'll always be about that. Just saying. But anyway, that was a good video. You know, but he is funny, but he loves his wife, and that's what it's about. It's about finding love. It's about building a family together. But we're here fighting on social media because, oh, you said you what? women, white men are the best option. You can't do that. Oh, that's my opinion. You don't like it? Turn it sideways and stick it up your candy ass. What can I tell you? Um, I'm going to tell you what I think. I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm not going to sit here and pander and coddle you. Okay? I'm not. I'm not going to coddle men. That is stupid. Anyway, all right.
Man.
Okay, this video is a little I'm sorry, I burped. This video is a little low, so really listen, okay? But this is a beautiful video.
Y'all, let's get into this black woman effect trend. It's real. Um, if we don't elevate you, if we don't help you grow up, it's because we don't feel like we're treated properly. If you love a black woman, and everybody should know this by now because black women take care of their men. If you love a black woman and take care of a black woman, and I'm not just talking about financially, if you love a black woman and you take care of a black woman emotionally, mentally, physically, you make us feel good about ourselves, we're going to make you feel even better. That's one thing I do know about. I don't care. I've seen some of the meanest women, the meanest black women that can turn into pure cotton candy if you love her right. We're just not loved right, y'all. And I know the trend is black women elevating white males or turning white males into seasoned males. But honestly and truly, I can see how our men would feel some type of way about it. But honestly, we're not treated properly in our community. We're just not treated properly in our community. Because I know for myself, if I'm treated properly, if I'm taken care of mentally, not just financially, but mentally, emotionally, if you allow me to be soft, I can be the best woman in the world. But if I constantly have to be hard, if I have to be the man of the house, if I have to be the head, I'm gonna it's natural. I'm gonna naturally be tough. I'm gonna naturally be hard. I'm gonna naturally not pour into you because you aren't pouring into me. But if you ever pour into a black woman and you ever show a black woman that you got her, I promise you, you'll never have to worry about anything else. Not a meal, not that. You'll never have to worry about anything because we will make sure that you're taken care of from your head to your toe. We will make sure that you're taken care of. All it takes is for you to treat us right. Black women are not what y'all think we are. We can be the sweetest people ever. Just take care of us and you'll see. But I love this black girl magic, this black woman effect that we got trending on TikTok. Y'all keep it up. I'm watching.
That was a beautiful video. And she's right. I've met black women that in my past that seemed like they were unapproachable, kind of mean, kind of had their guard up. And when you show them love and respect and you get to know the black women are pretty amazing. They could be really loving, really nice. Um, you just a lot of times black women just want to be loved. And you show her love and respect, you'll have a beautiful relationship. Um, you know, people say, well, black women act more feminine around white men. And I thought about that. I'm like, okay, really? Why is that? I think I know. It's because white men those of us that date black women, we don't expect to have instant access, you know? And sometimes we expect to be rejected. And when a black woman shows us love and respect, it's like, oh my God. It's like, and maybe it's because they're more feminine because they feel the love we have for them. Or maybe they're more confident that the white man's going to be more protective, more understanding, more loving. I don't know. Um, but I will tell you this: most black women, you get to know them and you show them some love and respect, you'll get it back tenfold. Okay. Now there are those cases where there's black women that just don't like white people and she'll kick you to the curb. That happens. But usually black women are pretty reasonable. Usually black women are pretty sweet women. They really are. Black women are beautiful and amazing, you know. And I tell you, I love black women, and I always have, always will. And it's not like I feel like, oh my God, black women have blessed me, so I have to do something for them. It's not like that. It's just natural. It's like I want to do good for black women. I want to show black women love, respect. Okay. Now, these other jokers watching me tonight will take a video where I reacted on a woman that attacked my wife and say, oh, yeah, you really love black women. They take everything out of context, you know. But losers have to attack people because they don't have a life. Their life is being a nuisance to other people because they don't know what true love is. Tell you, my heart's pure with this. I've only been married to one woman 30 years. My children are with one woman only. So when they say fetishizer and all this other crap, I just laugh because they ain't got nothing. They just throw mud and hope something sticks. We'll just throw mud and hopefully it'll, yeah. Haters don't know what love is. They just hate. And they want people to be miserable like they are. But this young lady, this was a beautiful video. I really like it. And it makes sense and it's true. And if you're going to open up your options, you like black women, just approach the black woman with love and respect. Give her the dignity and the love and respect she deserves. Okay? If you do that, you're going to be successful. Okay? Black women are pretty reasonable. They're loving people. They're beautiful women. They really are. You know? And not saying other women ain't beautiful, because other women are beautiful too. But there's something about a black woman that makes her special, that makes her beautiful. And this video, I just love it. It's awesome. Okay, here's the last one.
I'm going to get a lot of hate for this, but
Yeah, you're probably going to get a lot of hate for this. All right, let's listen.
fully aware that I'm going to get a lot of hate for this, but I am so effing tired of the amount of emotional labor that comes with dating black men. I am so tired of the lack of commitment, the lack of support, the lack of encouragement, the lack of money. Like, I don't know what to do from this point on, but I can tell you one thing. My interest in dating another black man is like 1% at this point. They want us to be ride or dies until they get their shit together. And then they don't want to support us in return. They don't want to commit to us. They don't want to marry us. But then they want all the benefits of being a husband without actually proposing to us. I need someone who's intentional in every single aspect.
Mm. All right. Is this true or is she just making it up? Is she just spewing hate? Or is this a real thing? I've heard a lot of women say this. Okay. Um, but let's do the disclaimer. Not all, not all, not all, not all, not all, not all, not all. Okay. No, but seriously, I've heard black women say this, and this is troubling. Okay. Um, it really is. But there are many black women out there that are beautiful women that will open up their options. You show them that you're a man that has a big heart that has love. There's black women that will accept you and will bring you in. And let me tell you, I love black women so much, and I tell you, sometimes I get emotional. Sometimes, and I'm sorry, I'm not an emotional guy like that, but when it comes to black women, I am. I really am. I really, because I have a lot of love for black women. And I remember the love that black women have shown me through my life. And I get emotional sometimes. Sometimes I can't help it. Love's an emotion, and I just feel that love. And you got some joker that recorded me talking about my love for black women. Say, yeah, that's because I exposed you. I made you look dumb. And I don't even know this joker. Like some dude randomly attacking me for what? Like, who are you? Like, what the hell is this? Like, I mean, people out of the blue are coming up hating me for what? Okay, you don't agree with Swirl to investment. Okay, do your thing. Go to your. I mean, I'm not over there messing with you. But it's just funny. Just, but you know what? To change the world, to make a difference, you're going to have haters. You're going to have people attack you. You're going to have people that are going to try to hurt you. You're going to have people that are trying to destroy you. But you got to push forward. You know, people in history that have made a difference. They had to take that risk. I'm just saying. And when you love black women, you're going to be attacked. Look what happened to Malcolm X. Once he started protecting black women, that was the end of him. And it's sad because he was really coming around. He was, showing love to, all races of people. The white man, he was like, calling him his brother. And people were like, wait, what do you mean? The white devil, your brother? And he was doing that. He had an enlightened experience. And there was some stuff going on with the leadership, messing with teenage girls, and he called it out, and it cost him. And I'm telling you, you stand up for the black woman, it may cost you one day. It may cost me. I know my uncle one time that wasn't into my interracial thing said, your love for black women will be the end of you. And I'm like, what? I mean, later on, he apologized for saying that stuff, but maybe he's right. The love I have for black women might be the end of me. One day, somebody might get the drop on me because they hate the love I have for black women. And if that's my destiny, it's my destiny. But I'm never going to stop loving black women. I'm never going to stop uplifting black women. You can hate me all you want for that. But black women have shown me love. They have uplifted me. My heart belongs to the black woman. Always has and always will. And that's the honest God truth. It is what it is. but you have to do it to change the world. But anyway, okay. All right, I got some slides on my show. These are slides I've done in the past. All right. So just like a recap so people know uh the investor. Okay, what is investment? Okay, investment is investing in the black woman. That's taking your swirl to investment. Okay, that means you're all in to the black woman. You love her. You want to spend your life with her. You want her to be your wife, the mother of your children. You're investing. Okay, it's not the same thing as divestment. Divestment, women are divesting from their community, from their culture, and healing, right? And divestment don't always mean that you're dating a white man, like some people think. Um, it's just you're divesting from the situation. Well, investment is different because investors, like I'm an investor, right? I invested in a black woman. I married a black woman. I'm not trying to leave the white community, okay? Or, well, I say white community. There's black people in my community. There's Hispanic. There's white. Okay, but you know what I'm saying, right? I'm not trying to change my way of living, my culture. I'm not. I just want a black woman to be by my side. That's my investment. I want her to come home to me. I'm not leaving my home to go over here. I'm bringing the black woman in. Okay, does that make sense? Okay, okay. The investor, okay, a non-black man who is married to a black woman. Okay, a non-black man who looks at as the most important investment of his life. He looks at marriage as the most important investment. Okay, I typed this slide kind of quick. I need to correct it. Okay, number 3, loves himself and culture, an everyday white man who wants to be with wants to have a black woman for a wife. Okay, and an investor, a lot of times, okay, the investor, a lot of times won't even know that he's into black women. Okay, because he's just the everyday white guy he's always been, whether he's wealthy or middle class, whatever. Okay, he don't change himself. He's not trying to live the black experience. He is who he is, and he loves who he is. He just wants the black woman to be with him. He loves black women. Okay, and I've been told all my life, you don't look like the kind that would marry a black woman or date a black woman. Like, okay, what's that kind look like? But people got a perception that if I'm in the black women, I'm going to have a gold chain and throw a do-rag on and sag my pants and play that stereotypical hip-hop stuff. No. Investors don't do that. They love black women, but they want black women to be with them. They're not trying to change who they are. Okay, does that make sense? Okay. Black women is his preference, only wants to be with a black woman. Okay, an investor is all in for the black woman. Okay, reason I say investor, he don't want no other woman. Okay, it's black women or nothing. Okay, and people say, "Oh, that's so weird. That's a fetish." Here we go. No, he just loves black women. Okay, that's what it is. Okay. Okay, understands that black women, white men are the best option for each other. Okay, that's what the investor believes. Okay, that's what I believe. Okay, some people say, no, that's the worst or whatever, but we have the best marriage statistics. And somebody said, well, all the stats you show are negative towards black men. Okay, well, change the stats so I can report you as doing something instead of being jealous and being a victim. Just saying. Dang. Okay. All right. Make the world a better place. Swirl to investment. Awesome. All right. Like these pictures? I got me and my wife Sandy. This cartoon picture looks pretty cool. And that cartoon, me and my wife. Oh, okay. All right. Now I'm going to tell you the 3 types of white men that date black women. Also known as the 3 Brad Circus. Okay, it's kind of funny. Okay. All right. The 3 types of white men who date black women. All right, over here, you got the Dusty Donut, or Donut Dusty. This guy is a guy that lusts after black women, wants to experience black women. He don't really love black women. He just sexually desires her, right? This is the stereotype that all white men are given, okay? But there are white men that do fetishize black women, and just like there are black men that fetishize women too. But that's the Donut Dusty. Okay, he's a party guy. He's lustful. He's just living for the here and now, and he'll exploit the black woman. Okay, all right. Now this guy is the fence riding swirler. He has love for black women, but he loves Becky too, and he's unsure, and he's kind of on the fence. Okay, he's not invested at all. He could go either way. Most people are that fence riding swirler. Most people will date black women or white until they feel the love of black women. Then they belong to the black woman. But a lot of people are that fence riding swirler. Okay, they're just in the middle. Some men, if she's beautiful, whatever. Some women are like that, right? Don't care what his color is, as long as she feels she's got a good connection. Okay, the investor. This guy is all in for the black woman. Okay, this guy, he knows what he wants. He's confident. He knows what the best option is. This guy will get attacked the most. This guy will have to deal with more crap than anybody, the investor. And truth be told, a lot of people that are against interracial relationships, so, well, he's a fetishizer. Like they care if the white man's fetishizing black women. Really, they don't give a damn if he does. In fact, truth be told, they would rather the white man fetishize black women, mess with them, and keep his mouth shut and just have fun. Okay? They don't want to see the investor, because the investor's changing the world. The investor knows what he wants, and he can see the best option, and he's going against the grain. The investor is going to piss off everybody, the white community, black community, the investor, but the investor don't give a damn. The investor knows what the best option is, and he's going for it. Okay. Hey, Corey, good to see you, brother. But that's it. That's the 3 Brad Circus. I call it the 3 Brad Circus because there's different Brads. And these, you got to watch out for ladies. Just because the white man likes black women, and that don't mean he loves you, okay? The fence riding swirler, he loves you, but he don't know what he wants. The investor loves you. He's all in, okay? But these are the 3 types of white men that date black women. Okay. Now, attacks on black women, white men relationships. Okay, and this is where this hate speech comes in, because people are hating on black women and white men. They do it so much, and it's getting old. It's getting tired. But it's still going on. Here's attacks on black women. This is that marry and date white men. You always hear this: sellout, bad wench, self hater, white hand of white supremacy. It's kind of funny how they say white supremacy is now the black woman, white man. How does that work? Okay. Um, Two, attacks on white men who date and marry black women. Fetishizer, that's one of the number one things. They can't help. A lot of these jokers don't even know what a fetishization is, but they throw that out there. Hates white women. Well, that don't get said as much, but sometimes it does. I've been accused of hating white women, which I don't. I just my heart belongs to black women. That's all it is. Lustful and racist. Okay, these jokers love to say racist, racist, and they're beta. They can't take that you disagree with them. They can't take that you have a longer lasting marriage. So in order to get back at you and attack, they're going to call you a racist. I mean, it's like, okay. Um, and they've used that word so much. What does racist mean anymore? Um, is it a guy that disagrees with black men? I guess that's a racist. It's a guy that don't kiss the butt of black men. I guess that's a racist. Just being white, you're just racist. Some people say you're inherently racist. Okay, whatever. But and then number three, black women and white men marriages are growing faster than any time in America. And they and are the longest lasting marriages despite stereotypes and attacks. Okay, so here's the thing. Okay, black women, white men relationships are the longest lasting. Okay, despite the stereotypes, despite the attacks, despite the modern day segregationists, the haters, despite all the hate speech we receive because we love each other, despite all that, we still have the longest lasting marriages. We do. Now, are we the most likely to get married? No. But when we do it right. We make it happen. And our numbers are growing more and more every day. So regardless if I'm here or not, the mission continues. Okay? I've been married 30 years. Okay? I opened up my options back in 94 and never looked back. Well, I opened up my options in 85 when I started dating. But once I got married, but I opened up my options and never looked back. And I've been blessed all the way. Have I received hate? Yes. There have been white men that hate me. There have been white women that hate me. There have been black men that hate me. There have been black women that hate me. They have. I've been through it all. I'm still getting hate. But you know what? My love for the black woman continues. The love for the black woman that I have for the black woman destroys all the hate and all the negativity. And truth be told, I've been loved by people because I love black women. There are people that love me for that think that's a beautiful thing, that support me. And though there are white men and white women that hate me, there are white men and women that love me. Same with black men and black women that love me because I love black women and I'm true to my word. And I have integrity. And I stand up for what I believe. And that's why I'm going to be attacked. That's why people hate me. Because I tell the truth. It is what it is. There's evil in this world, and we got to stand up against it. It's not always going to be pretty. It's not always going to be fun. But at the end of the day, we will win. And one day when our nation comes together and says, you know what? We're not different communities. We're one nation under God. Once we can do that, we'll be blessed beyond belief. Well, we got a long ways to go to get there. But anyway, let me drop the link if you want to come up, and then I'm not going to keep it too long. There might be some trolls trying to come up. I might have to kick off. And if I don't know you and I kick you off, don't take it personal. Okay? I just got a lot going on. There's a lot of weirdos coming at me, and a lot of them I don't even know who they are. It's just weird. It's bizarre. It's crazy. But anyway, there's a link if you want to come up. If not, that's cool too. Let me show you something before I end this live stream. Okay. A lot's been going on, and here next week I'm going to take a break, and I'm going to. I bought this fishing pole, and I think I need to go fishing. It's pretty cool. But yeah, I just got my wife bought this for me, so I'm going fishing. She says, go fishing and relax. So she's going with me. But and check this out, guys. You remember that drone I showed you? That little one I had, right? I bought a new drone. And check this out. And this is going to make my channel better, right? Because I'm going to use some aerial videos here eventually. But this just came in. Okay, this is the DJI Maverick 3 Pro. Okay? This thing, oh my God. It's got LED. It can fly at night. It has a feature where it'll go around obstacles instead of crashing into it. You can fly at night, and it shows really well. It can fly for 45 minutes. It's amazing. And I'm going to take this apart and show you. Check this out. If you guys are into drones, this is kind of my hobby. Okay, it can be a little expensive, but it's really neat. This here, and this is the DJI Maverick Pro, and you see it's pretty big, right? You look at it, it's got 3 HD cameras. Okay, and it does have infrared, so it can fly at night and you can see. And at the bottom, it's got lights. It's got like a running light, and it's bright. It's almost like a floodlight right here. But this thing, is amazing, and it handles good in crazy weather. My little drone that I bought, I flew it in like 50-degree winds. This one, it tears right through it. It's stable. It's really easy to fly. And like I said, it's got 3 cameras, and the zoom is unbelievable. Okay. These things are expensive. This one, the one I had before, the little one, I still have it, was like $300. This one's like $2,200. Yeah, it's expensive. But this is what I'm going to do next week. I'm going to go camping and fishing. I'm going to fly my drone. I'm just going to have a fun time, get in the great outdoors and relax. Hey, Corey, how's it going? Yeah, this is my new toy.
I see that.
Yeah, my wife says, yeah, men and boys, just their price of toys goes up. Yeah, but she's right.
Well, you
But
know, just because we get older don't mean we have to grow up entirely. I mean,
that's right. But I mean, the video on this is amazing.
I'd like to take one of those and go visit my parents up in Alaska just to watch some wildlife. Oof.
Oh God, yes. I'm going up to the mountains, and I'm hoping maybe I could fly it and maybe see some wildlife, maybe see a deer or something. You know, there's a lot of deer up there. Maybe I'll find a bear. I don't know. I mean, we do have black bear and stuff. They're not real aggressive. They'll stay away from you unless you know you corner them. They're not like a grizzly or nothing crazy. But I'm telling you, I'm getting ready for some R and get away from this YouTube mess for a little bit. Get away from these haters. Wow, they're just coming out of the woodwork, man. I'm telling you. But that is what it is.
Well, you know, if you're getting that much attention, there must be a lot of them haters out of work.
Right. I mean, they must not have nothing going on.
God.
This is crazy. It's like they're like organized hate. It's like, and it's crazy. They call me a racist because, oh well, you're not uplifting black men. You uplift black women. Well, okay. And
well, who says you have to uplift somebody else?
Right, but I guess I have to. I guess I gotta show a region.
Wait. First of all, you uplift your children. You don't have to uplift your neighbor.
Right. No, I get it. But I mean, it is what it is. But my show tonight was about the black woman effect and how amazingly beautiful black women are. And I'm talking inside and out. You know, people say, "Well, you're a fantasizer." I mean, oh my God, that's so played out. It's like getting old. It's like calling you a racist because you're with a black woman. It's like, okay. And how that works, it's like they keep changing the definition of these words. It's like, okay, well, I don't know.
Well, that's the thing. You can't change the definition of a word.
Mm-hmm.
If you're constantly moving the goalpost, it's because you're losing the argument. So you're trying to come up with something that sticks.
Yeah, it's like I don't like you and you disagree with me, so I'm gonna call you this name, and it's like, okay,
that's like an elementary playground.
Right? Like, your mama's ugly. No, yours is. Oh, well, you're stupid. No, you're stupid. I called it first. Yeah, it's like you got so many of these jokers so immature. They can't even have a debate with this stuff. They can't even, they just throw words.
Well, that's what happens when you exercise your biceps and not your brain.
Right. I think they're exercising their butt instead of their brain is what they're doing.
Well, one of them's talking, that's for sure. Talking out their butt.
Yeah, making stuff up. He's like, man,
they speak fluent Flatchinese.
Yeah.
We used to call it talking poop.
I'm trying to ignore this stuff. I'm just like, okay, they believe what they believe and whatever. But yeah, I mean, it's getting around. People saying, oh, this person's going in on you. They're doing videos and I'm like, okay.
Well, that just means you're doing something right.
That's right.
If nobody's not saying nothing about you, you're not doing anything.
That's right. If they're not, then you're not a threat to them. They go in on you because you're a threat. You're changing the world as we know it. And not the way they want it to be changed.
Well, if you're changing the world based on what you know to be true, shouldn't they be more focused on a more positive message about something that they know to be true instead of attacking everybody else that are actually accomplishing something?
Right. And that's my thing. I mean, you know, and there's many channels, Corey. I don't like, and I think they're full of crap. But you know what? That's their thing. That's their platform. I leave them alone. I don't. You know what I mean? I just like. What's the point? Unless they attack me directly, I leave them alone. Um,
Hmm.
you know, I've had some beefs, and you know, and it's been because I've been attacked. I don't just go look for people to attack and make videos on. That's stupid. That just that makes no sense. That just shows immaturity. It just shows insecurity. It shows that you know just so much hate that they can't reason with it. It's weird. It's like
Well,
it,
people like that can't build. They don't know how to build. So what they try to do is tear other people down that are building so they feel better about themselves.
right.
They're really low achieving individuals. They don't build nothing. They just other people who do build, they try to tear them down. And it you just have to look at them and it's like, okay, so basically you're a useless human being because you don't know how to build your society. You only know how to tear down your neighbor.
Right. And and you know YouTube is a beautiful thing. You know, it's like hey, you get with this group that agree with you, you talk about this, you have a discussion, and it's neat. But then it's gotten so crazy that oh, I don't like what you're saying, so I'm gonna go troll him and talk about her, and you know, and then I'm gonna make videos about somebody I don't know
Yeah.
because I don't like what they're saying, and it's just like a hot mess,
Everybody's looking for a gotcha moment.
right?
They're all
And I
looking
have
for a scandal, for a gotcha, for one up, for like,
yeah, and they're trying to build off drama. It's
mhm.
like you know the channels that aren't successful, they just go and attack people because people love drama. Let's be honest. People love when people are going at each other, saying crazy stuff. Um, but those are the people that have no talent, have no vision. All they know is to attack. Um, you know the successful channels out there are ones that have ideas and you
Mhm.
know what I mean? And they're able to get people together and talk about things and you know, and that's what it's about. I mean, but there's so many people out there that just troll because they can't there's no vision. It's about hey, I'm gonna go into this guy because I don't like what he's saying and I'll get my views up because they hear the attack and it's like, okay, what's the point? I mean,
Well,
what are we doing?
there's an emotional imbalance in
There
people
is,
who
yeah.
just go around attacking their neighbor simply because they disagree with them. That's an emotional imbalance. That's a mental imbalance.
Yeah,
Um,
it
it
it is.
the only thing you can do with people like that is just keep your distance. When you
Yeah,
see
and
them
that
going off in public and making a spectacle, it's like, especially when it comes to men. I won't talk about women. I'll just talk about men. But when you see a man in public or a group of men in public standing there screaming, stomping their feet, saying, "Somebody listen to me," I'm sorry, but when you're grown, I don't entertain childlike attitude in grown men.
right,
First, I mean, you're a grown man. You better act like it, or to me, you're useless.
right,
Because you know, a man who acts like a child is basically disposable. And I say disposable in the fact that you're not producing anything but drama, emotional unrest, strife. So as a man, you're useless.
well, yeah, and then the women around you have to pick up the slack because you're useless. Yeah, that's how it really is, and then it's like,
Well, you've been
yeah,
in the service. Could you imagine if somebody stood there and threw a big fit, or if five guys stood there and just threw a big fit when it was time to defend your brothers in arms. I mean,
Yeah,
if
it'd
they
be
just
like,
stomped their foot and
"Whoa!"
said, "This ain't right," okay, this is why we have Leavenworth, because that's where you put the defective ones.
Yeah, right.
That's just
And
saying
it-
it, you know.
yeah, it's like, wow. But
Or you just remove them from the situation. But anyway, black women and white men. Oh yeah, 100%.
right. And you know what? What's wrong with me saying that's the best option? I hear people say black love is the best option. Okay, good for you. Um, some white people say, we should stick with our own race. That's the best option. Okay,
Oh
believe what
God,
you
I've heard
bel-
people say, white people say, it's like, I just want to smack them.
yeah, I just want to get them in the chokehold and say, you know what? Just like, no, but seriously, it's
Yeah,
like, go do you. Be with that group that identifies with you. But they can't do that. They just got so
well,
much
they're
hate.
again
They got,
want you to help. They want you to stand behind their statement.
right. They want me to uplift their nonsense. You know?
Talk about just an emotional wreck. Please,
Right.
please stand behind my statement. No, I think your statement is stupid.
Right. And it's like,
You know, when I read the word love,
uh,
it didn't stipulate that there was a color involved.
right.
Love is love.
It
Period.
is. And there's not a color to it. If you love somebody, you love them. Um, and that's what happened in my life with black women. I felt that love, and I love black women. It's like, black women are that hidden treasure, and they pour love into you. And what's happened with my life is I felt that love, and it's like a boomerang effect. It's like you receive it, you embrace it, and you want to give it back. So the boomerang's going back around. So what was poured into you, you're pouring in. And that's how I feel about black women. I feel like black women are amazing, and I want to give back the blessing that I gave. And these ain't the same women that blessed me, but I'm just saying, I see how black women are, and and I don't know. I guess I can see things people can't. I just when I explain it to some people, they're like deer in the headlight look. Oh, okay, you like black women. No, dummy. I'm telling you why I like black women. Oh, you think they're beautiful. Yeah, dumbass, but there's more to it.
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying, Corey? And it's just
right.
like,
It's not just physical.
yeah, and I get so frustrated because I have people, some white people that don't understand what I'm saying, right? And they're saying, "Oh, well, you like black women? That's cool. Okay." No, listen to me. And when they get to know black women, then they understand. But
Mhm.
I just get frustrated. And then I have this other group, the a sector of the pro blacks that, and I'm not saying pro blacks are like this. I'm talking about not the black people that want to see black people do good things. And no, I'm not talking about them. I'm talking about the ones that are so pro black they're anti white. They
Well,
they're
they're racist.
actually they're actually the black supremacists.
Yeah, that's
You
racism.
know, and that's the ones I talk about. The ones that spew hate and attack. The ones that keep saying you're a feticide. I said I've been married 30 years. Oh yeah, you're a feticide. Just like, okay. You can't reason with those people. You can't get them to see. They just have hate in their heart, and they don't want to hear what you have to say. They just want to prove you wrong and destroy you. That's it.
Mm.
And if they can't prove you wrong, they'll make stuff up. Whatever it takes. It's equivalent to a white supremacist.
It
Same
kind of
crap.
sounds like my ex-wife.
But
Sorry, that's just
it's the
the deal,
same
Brett.
thing. It's like a group of people that thinks they're so superior above everybody, that they're so pro in themselves that they're anti everybody around them.
Yeah.
That's what it is. It's and they put justification. Well, slavery happened, this happened, so I'm allowed to hate. And it's not racism because your ancestors did this. I'm like, oh, okay.
Oh God, I wasn't even born.
Right. But you're not allowed to say that to these people. You're just guilty. Just
Yeah,
admit
well,
you're
yeah. See,
guilty.
you're not allowed to defend yourself with logic.
Right. And
You're not allowed to use logic in a defense at all. It's just let's stay emotional. Let's stay. People
right.
who stay in their emotions are easily manipulated. That's why they want to get you emotional. Then that old saying, you never argue with stupid because they'll drag you down to their level and beat you up.
Right. And that's what they want to do. They want to get me in an emotional state
Yeah,
where
it's a trap.
I lose control and I say some off stuff and they say, oh, that's hate speech. Look at him, what he's saying, and then try to get me that way. That's the goal. That's what the big plan is.
It is.
That's what it is. But really, that don't get me emotional. Oh, you don't like me, so what? I mean,
Yeah, this does what to me?
When I talk about black women, yeah, I get emotional because there's love there. There's something deep there. There's
Well, you protect what loves you.
Yeah, and that that's how I am. When I talk about black women and I really open up, there's an emotion there, there's love there, there's something, and it is so amazing and beautiful that I can't. I don't even understand why I have experienced a love this great. I can't even understand why my wife loves me like she does. I don't deserve her. I don't.
Brent, the thing is your wife is a godly woman.
Right.
Okay, we're his hands and feet, and she loves you according to that structure, that foundation. A lot of people don't operate that way anymore.
Right. Yeah, I
You're
know.
talking
Hey,
about something that transcends what's going on in these YouTube streets.
right. Hey, Beverly, have a good night. It was good to see you, young lady. Uh, and thank you, Beverly, for all the positive messages you send. You are an amazing blessing. Beverly's awesome. I tell you that.
Yeah, she's
That
been
won't.
here as long as I have, I believe.
Yeah, Beverly's she's got a big heart and she's amazing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Um, well, most people here are amazing. I mean, I'm just yeah, but
Mm-hmm.
just want to say goodnight. Did you get your wrench, Corey? Let me.
Yes, sir. I got a wrench.
Okay, it's there. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm sorry it took a little bit.
I'm not worried about it.
I know you're not.
You said you would do it, and I knew you would, so I wasn't worried about it. I don't freak out.
Yeah, I need to give KP a wrench. KP, you want a wrench?
She's been here too. She's been here a long time.
She has. KP, you want a wrench? Say yes or no. I'll give it to you after the show. I'll give you the wrench. Oh. Yeah. But anyway, I didn't mean to divert, but I got some haters that are coming after me for what I don't know, but okay.
Well, you know, when it comes to haters, I actually feel sorry for them because they'll never know the type of love you have.
Right. And
Because
that's true.
Your heart's going to be full of love or it's going to be full of hate. And whatever you embrace is what you're going to basically produce out of your mouth and out of your actions. I mean, haters that walk around looking to hate people, looking to argue, looking to fight. And then there are people who are walking around looking to love on their neighbors. I mean, we were told to love our enemies.
Yeah.
And honestly, the people that are nasty, they're in a sorry state. I feel sorry for them. I mean, I don't waste my time with them, because you can't just sit by any campfire.
Right.
You can't have a back and forth with everybody. You're not supposed to.
Right. Because those people you help by the campfire, they'll end up throwing you in it.
Yeah, you'll be part of the dinner that night and burn up
Right.
and spread your ashes out for the fertilizer. No, it's just, but you'll know them by their fruits, is what I look at. And out
Right.
of the abundance of the heart, the mouth speaks.
Yeah.
And if you're full of hate, it's going to come out of your mouth.
Right.
And the fact that you love black women, you love a woman who happens to be black because she loves you in return,
Right.
the way you need to be loved. And those other
Oh,
people
okay.
that hate, those other people, they're never going to get that because they're consumed by hate.
Yeah, I'll get you that, KP. Awesome. I need to give Gregory a wrench. His wife's got one. I need to give him one too. Yeah.
No, I mean, we're about the same age, so we look at the world a little bit different.
We do. And through generations we do. I know the millennials, they look at things different than I do. I'm like, oh, just like,
Well, give them 15, 20 years and they'll have
right.
more of a picture of what we're talking about.
Hey, we're that generation that it was like, born in the 60s, grew up in the 70s.
Wait. I was
and
born in the 70s, not the 60s.
Oh, okay. Okay.
I had to throw that out there.
Well, I was born in the last year of 69, okay?
Yep, I got you.
It was a good year, 69. I remember people say 69. Oh, yeah.
You were born before the microwave.
Right. I was born. I was born before a lot. I remember the 70s, and it was like, we never hung out in the house. We didn't have video games. Your parents would say, get the hell out of here and go do something. So you'd be outside all the time.
Yep.
And your mom would say, okay, when that light comes on, you better be inside. So you remember that? And, we didn't have cell phones. And I remember in high school, back in the early 80s, dating and, having a girlfriend, you want to talk to her and you'd be talking for hours. And I remember my dad would say, get the hell off the phone, damn it. Quit tying up the phone. So I'd have to, and you'd have to wait to talk the next day. And it's like, now kids today, everybody's got a phone. They don't know what we went through.
Yeah, you ever get those late night calls on the house phone? Oh man,
I don't even have it.
Calls after 9 o'clock, and your parents look at you like, "There's rules around here."
I remember I'd sneak on the phone late at night. My dad would get up. Hello, what are you doing?
Yeah.
Oh, Corey, there was a time. This was embarrassing, right? One of my girlfriends called, right? And my dad answered. And me and my dad sound alike, right? And she thought my dad was me.
Oh, no.
She told my dad some things that...
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. I was in trouble. Just like, what are you doing with this girl? What the heck? What? Trying to play it. Yeah, she told me. And I was like, oh my God. And we sounded so much alike. She told him so many things. I was like, oh, that was like, oh no.
Oh no.
Look, after that, we talked in code. Like, you might think it's me, but it's my dad. So say this, and I say it back.
That's just messed up, Brent. That is messed up.
Oh my God! And my dad was strict, so he was like,
Yeah.
You know, he was a teenage father, so he was so strict on me. Oh my God. It was like, so I couldn't. Oh man.
You remember the party lines where he had like 6 other neighbors on the same phone line?
Oh yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
You'd be on there talking, and then somebody comes on. I need to make a phone call. Oh my God! And it was always
Yeah,
the old lady down the road,
right. You know,
the
when
neighborhood grandma.
when I would go visit my mother, right? Because my dad raised me, but I'd go spend time with my mom in the summer or holidays.
Mhm.
And my mom stayed with my grandfather, and they had a party line. And I
Mm.
remember talking, other people would get on, and you
Yep.
know, as a kid, you thought it was funny, so you'd be, you know, goofing off on the phone. You know, it was like I don't know. My parents, it was like my mom was like my best friend, and my dad, he was like uh the discipline. You know,
Mhm.
it was like I love to go see my mom because um, I we my parents were teenagers, so my mom wasn't that much older than me. So it's like we'd like hang out, and I remember back in the day, um, we liked Shalimar. You remember that group, Shalimar? Me and my
Yeah.
mom loved them.
Yeah,
Um,
that goes way back.
yeah, right. Back when Jody Watley was in it, and yeah, that me and my mom loved Shalimar, so we had some things in common, and you know, and back then as a teenager, my mother knew I loved black women, and
Mm.
this was so funny because, um, and this was I went and see my mom. I was like 19, or maybe I
Mhm.
was 20. I don't remember, but I I went and visited my mom, right, and she had some friends over from work, um, and this one woman she worked with, she says, "Oh, well, I've got a daughter, your age, and my mother says, "Well, unless she's a black woman, my son isn't interested." And I was like, "Oh my God, my mom just said that."
Yeah, just throw it right out there.
Yeah, it was like Becky checking Becky, and I was like, "Oh my God." And it was beautiful, Corey. I was like,
Yeah.
and my mom said that, and she turned around and winked at me. I was like, "Oh my God, Mom, I love you." I
Mhm.
mean, it was like she accepted that I love black women, which my mom was
Mhm.
never against it, but it's like it was neat. I felt good about it,
Mhm.
and it was funny.
Well, yeah, it
that
would be.
that woman's like, "Oh, you only like black women?" Like she was like, "What
Yeah.
the heck? What do you mean you like black women?"
Well,
And
you
I
know, it's
say,
funny when you get around a bunch of white women, and as a white man, and you say you only like or only would consider dating a black woman, and it's almost
"Yeah,
like it's a mild form of cancel culture on them because they're white, and they don't like it.
yeah, it is. It's kind of fun, but it was fun because she didn't like my mom saying that, but my mom, my
Obviously, probably
my
why your
my
mom had so much fun saying it.
yeah, she did, and she just winked at me and smiled, and I was like,
Yeah.
I smiled back, and
Oh.
and I told her, I said, "I love you, Mom."
Mhm.
She said, "I love you too, son. I got your back." I was like, "Yeah." I don't
Well,
know.
you
That
know,
just
your
felt good.
mom probably knew that that lady had a little bit of racism in her, and so she enjoyed doing that.
Yeah, you know what? And maybe that's why she said that because it was the truth, but it was like
Mm.
it, and and I think she had some because she didn't approve. You would think someone that didn't care to be like, "Oh, okay, what? All right. Well, I was just saying, but okay, you do what you want."
Mhm.
It was like and maybe she was like that, and that was a way for my mom to put her in check and to show me some love at the same time.
Yep. Yep.
Or maybe my mom was just being funny. I mean, my mom's like that. She just,
I
but
don't know. I think she kind of had a little bit of fun checking that other lady.
Yeah, and I enjoyed it. I was like, I was
Mm.
just, oh my god, mom's got my back. That was.
Well, as a white guy,
Mm,
at my age, I've had the 30 somethings walk up and the white women, and they make some of the craziest comments, you know, and a lot of them are like, I'll say this on YouTube. There's a lot of like sexual innuendo stuff,
uh-huh.
trashy. I just look at them and I'm like, first of all, I'm old enough to be your daddy, and secondly, you're not black. And I just remind them every time, you're not black. It doesn't matter what you do. But it doesn't deter them. They just keep coming in.
Oh,
My issue is I'm surrounded by white girls. There's not hardly the only black woman where I work. She's a married woman, of course. So that's off
yeah,
limit.
yeah, you
Obviously,
can, right.
that's
Um,
covenant there.
you know what, Corey? Look, I grew up and people say, well, I dated this group of women because that was my environment, not me. No, I love black women. And in my state, I think the black population is like 2 to 3%.
Hmm.
Um, yeah, you know what? It's not a lot of black people percentage wise, right? Um, but I grew up around, there's black people at my church, at my school. So I did have interaction with black people, of course, but they're a big minority, right? And
Hmm.
New Mexico, it's mostly Hispanic, right?
Oh,
That's
sure.
yeah, that's the biggest population. So growing up, uh, I was actually a minority, right? And that's fine. I didn't care when people say, "Oh, America's going to turn Hispanic." I'm like, okay, who gives a shit? I'm already there. Like, okay.
Exactly. Right.
I mean, to me, it's like the white people that speak Spanish. I'm like, okay, good.
Exactly. Just more people. People are people.
And I say that with love. I'm not. I'm just saying it's like you grow up together. It's no big deal. I know
Mm-mm.
in my family, a lot of my family are married to Mexican women or men, and it it ain't even a thing. It's like um, it just that's our population. But with me, it was black women for me. I just love black women, and even though the population, I would find a black woman. I would seek out the black woman. I'd find her. I would find a black woman that loved me. I could do it. I was determined, though. I look. I would climb mountains and go through jungles and deserts, and it don't matter.
Hey,
I'm going to
don't tempt
be.
me. I want to take
Uh,
me a cruise ship down the Nile and go find some beautiful woman from the land of Kemet, the lower Egypt or the upper Egypt
uh,
or whatever you call it. A little bit of romantic stuff
yeah,
thrown in there.
you know what? I was thinking if I was like uh, worked overseas and I was like
Mm.
and I was in Africa, I would have married an African woman. I just loving black women, and then it just seems like African women are different. Like they're more accepting. Oh, you're a man, and she's a woman, and it's cool, and it's not that barrier there. You know what I mean? I
Yeah,
think
I
I
just
would
watched
just
a
fit.
couple on YouTube. Either the husband's from Cincinnati, from a very
Hmm.
affluent home, and he married a young woman that's not Swahili, Maasai.
Hmm.
Yeah, she's a Maasai uh, villager, and
Right?
they literally built their own community over there.
Yeah, I see some of the women and how beautiful they are and how nice they are. Um, it's like I would be like, oh my god, I'd fall in love too easy. I would probably wander off in a village and just
Never,
I'd
never
be
come back.
yeah, I'd be part of the community and say, oh yeah,
Hmm.
I'd be that odd white guy in there.
Well, you know, every
But
village needs a nightlight.
right, right. But those people are so kind and loving. They would accept me. I think it'd be like, oh, okay.
Well, yeah, if you're just there to help and build, I mean, you
Right.
know,
It's like, yeah. I just, but
you
you
know,
know, I
when I when I was young and that cute black girl that I went to school with, you know, it was her heart that I was drawn to. And when I moved away from her, I
right,
wasn't like seeking just specifically a black woman. I was looking for a woman that had that same heart.
right,
And the only issue was is no matter if it was an adult or a kid, that was the only person in my life that I had met that had a heart like that. She just happened to be black, which
right.
left it kind of imprinted me, you know. And it's just, you know,
You,
it
you,
really that part of being black is irrelevant other than the fact that the imprint of what she did on me. But
right.
you know, when it comes to black women, there's, you know, women are beautiful. You find beauty in everything,
Right,
and what you find beautiful is all you need. You don't need somebody's permission. You don't need, you know, I mean, I ain't gonna live for nobody else but me. Maybe God, you know,
yeah,
but living for somebody else's approval, that don't get you nowhere.
right. Yeah, I just, when it's amazing, Corey, when I talk to other men married to black women,
Hmm.
and it's almost like we say the same things. It's almost like the value we have for our wives, it's like it's similar. It's like, it's weird. It's like, how I talk about my wife, how she's loving and, she has my back and I just want to embrace her and tell her I love her. And I'm just at awe. And I hear other white men saying that about black women. I'm just like, you this is real. It ain't just that I found a good wife and it just I happen to be blessed. It's these other men are blessed too. So that
Mm-hmm.
tells me it's not just my wife is awesome, but so many more black women are awesome. Because people always tell me, they say, okay, well, it worked out for you. Okay, great. You love black women. You have a successful marriage, but your story is not everybody's story. And I'm like, okay, it's not, but my story is a lot of people's story. I'm just
Mm-hmm.
saying. It's like they tried to debunk it like it was a fluke that it worked for me. Even my haters that call me fetishizer all the time, they they're even admitting, okay, your marriage worked. Okay, I got it.
Mm.
But they'll say, well, it's white supremacy because you had money because you have white privilege. And I'm like, okay. Uh, if you knew where I grew up and the
Uh,
humble beginnings, you would not be
yeah, what is this
saying that.
privilege they talk about anyway?
I don't know, but I'm like, good. I have white privilege. Now I could give it to the black woman.
As a man, you
You,
got to ignore your emotions and just stay on your grind. I mean,
like,
you get
what's
emotional, you're done.
yeah, I'm like, what's this privilege? I tried to walk into a store and say I have white privilege. I want this stuff free, and they won't do it. They look
Yeah, they
at
got to
me
call the
weird.
cops.
Yeah, they're either going to throw me in jail or attack me because
Yep. Yeah. Privilege to do what?
right,
Wait. Well, like for me, I'm surrounded by white people for the most part. So, what are we going to do? We're going to give each other more privilege than the other person standing next to us and we're all the same color? That don't exist.
right.
Doesn't
So
exist.
somebody sent me a thing. I might have a show where I show the comments that people give me. And it's crazy. A lot of hateful stuff, but there was one guy that says, no, people need to stay with their own kind. You can't have a, a sparrow and a dog. And I'm like, we're human beings. We're not different species.
Exactly.
We're human. I'm
Yeah.
like, in that argument, they say, well, you don't see a sparrow with an eagle and I'm like, well, no, they're different species. They can't procreate.
Exactly.
Human beings are human beings. We could have children regardless of our race. So I was like, okay. But and then there's this one thing, and this is a theme that's going to, oh yeah, here's a white man trying to survive because white people need black people to survive or they'll die out. And I'm like,
Hmm?
how does that make sense? Okay, are we
Yeah,
drunk?
what?
And I'm like thinking, I'm trying to understand where they're coming from, and I'm like,
I couldn't.
I'm like, my brother married a white woman and has kids, so
Hmm.
he didn't need a black woman to procreate. Well, I married a black woman, so I got biracial kids, but
You had
uh,
kids.
yeah,
You had kids.
it's like, what are we talking about? Oh, you're talking about the birth rates are down. Okay, well, the reason is because in the corporate world, we're more focused on making money than having children. The world
Hmm.
has changed. When my grandparents, they come from big families because they grew up on a farm. They had big families because they needed people to work the farm, right? So you have some kids. You have a lot of kids.
Well, you know that
Well,
statement about people need to stay with their own kind? The
yeah,
haters, they're absolutely right. The haters need to stay over there, and the people who can
right.
need to stay over there.
Yeah. Haters, stay by yourself. Yeah.
Yeah, stay with your own kind. Yeah.
But yeah, it was but that's the world. In today's world, people only have one or two kids because they're busy working.
Hmm.
And the cost of living. So that has an impact. And I looked at the birth rate. Yeah, white people, it's going down. There's no doubt. But that's because we're not having children because we're more focused on our careers and all that stuff. Um,
Hmm.
but the black community's numbers are going down too. Are they dying out? No, they're just not
It's going
procreating.
down global. It's
It
global.
is. You look at Asian countries are going down. You look at Korea. I mean, it's not that people can't procreate; they're just not. Um,
Hmm.
we have birth control. We have all these things we can control. Um, but it's just society. I have 3 kids, right? And I remember people say, "Man, you have a lot of kids."
A
Three
lot.
kids. Yeah.
I got 3 kids too. I mean, I
Right.
didn't think
You
it was
have
a
a
lot.
lot, according to a lot of people.
Hmm.
But back in my grandparents' time, they're like, "You don't have that many kids."
Yeah, you ain't got
People,
hardly any kids.
yeah, yeah, people would be like, What happened? How come you only had 3?"
Yeah, they got
And
9. They
today,
got 12. They got.
yeah, today
God.
it's like, how come you have so many kids? Like,
Mm.
it's just, I don't know. The world's just different. Um, I wish we had more children. I wish we were more, not so much tied up in the corporate rat race. I just wish we would just
Well, everything runs
go
its
back
course.
to the basics, back to the family. I have 3 kids. Corey, I would have had probably 5 kids.
Mhm.
Um, I love children. Me and my wife love children. It was so hard on my wife. We couldn't have more than 3.
It's
I,
like I told the family doctor when I went in to get a vasectomy. He goes, "Are you sure?" And I looked at him and I said,
yeah,
"Doctor," I said, "I am having 3 kids because I don't want 5." It's
yeah,
just making babies is easy, It's paying for them after the fact. It's where the
right.
work is.
That's it. It's easy
No,
and fun, and
my
uh,
ex-wife was like 5 months pregnant when I got the vasectomy because I knew it was just a matter of time before there was another one on the way. It's like, no, 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 no,
yeah,
no. Everybody's like, "Are you sure?" And it's like, you're kidding me, right? My lips are moving. This is what I'm saying. It's like,
yeah.
No. Well, you know what people do for fun, when they're married, it's like babies just show up.
Oh, well, yeah, when you're married and yeah,
Yeah.
they do. It's like, uh, I don't mean to get graphic here, but I mean,
Right. But
when
babies have.
when you're married and in love, it's like, oh my God, this is great. We could shut the door and stay here a week. It's like when at times you just feel that way, like, oh my
Yep.
God, this, but and that's okay. You do it within marriage. It's like
Hmm.
it's valued. It means something. It's uh it's sacred.
Yeah.
But when we do that and we're not married or committed, that's when it's trash. That's when it's well, you're turning a blessing into sin when you do it before marriage, right? I
Well,
mean,
it's not that people are doing it before marriage. There's so many people are doing it. They're not even marriage minded.
well, yeah, no, I
I
well,
mean, it's
it's
just
something,
free for all.
yeah, it's something you got to be responsible for. You got to, but we're not that.
Well, you know what
Um,
happens with free for all society. Look at Sodom and Gomorrah. It was a free for all.
no, yeah, it feels good. Do it, and they just did it.
Hmm.
Well, Sodom and Gomorrah, they got so corrupt. It was like, oh my God, I read about that in the Bible, and Lot and his family, and it it was crazy. It was like, okay, the angels came to get Lot and his family out of there, right? Or
Hmm.
and then the crowd was coming, and they wanted the angels because they were in the form of a man, right? A man. And it's like these men want to know the men, and the Bible. When you know
Hmm.
somebody,
Right.
it means it's a sexual thing, right?
Yep.
So I thought about that. And I'm like, oh my God, these people are disgusting. And Lot tried to offer his daughters to. I'm like, oh my God, that is so wrong too. I mean,
Well,
I
if you back up before all that actually took place, when the Lord
mhm,
told Abraham not to take anybody with him but his own house,
yeah,
he should have turned Lot away.
mm,
And, I hate to break down a Bible study for you, but
yeah.
the
Well,
the the responsibility actually fell on Abraham because he was never supposed to allow Lot to come with him. He would have
oh,
actually, being mean at the point of not allowing him to come along, would have actually saved Lot a lot of misery.
mm,
That's the difference when a man knows what he's supposed to do, and it
yeah.
doesn't matter what anybody else thinks. Just do what you're supposed to do.
I look at Abraham too, and I'm just thinking, yeah, you read the stories and you think, Abraham, Sarah was old and couldn't bear a child, which God can make anything possible, right?
Hmm.
But his wife encouraged him to get with the servant woman,
Hmm.
and
Her
what
servant.
she, yeah, and have a child with her, which he and I look at it, okay, his wife's encouraged him to commit adultery with the slave and I'm like, okay,
Well,
because
actually, I got to hold you there. The Ten
okay,
Commandments didn't exist for another 400 years. It
okay,
wasn't. It
no,
wasn't adultery.
well,
The 400 years later is when the law showed up.
mm, okay, no,
I
but
mean, it wasn't
I
there.
just, why would a woman want a husband to be with another woman though? But
Well,
okay,
because it was accepted back then.
well, yeah, people
Well,
had
because
different wives.
great men had wives and concubines. That was the culture. And Abraham was a great man.
Yeah, well, anyway, I just when he did that, and Ishmael was born, right?
Hmm.
And then Isaac came, and then he had to. send Ishmael and his mother away, which I thought was, oh my God, that's so wrong. It's like, okay, poor Ishmael, it's not his fault he was born in this world.
It wasn't neither one of their fault. It was Sarah's. Actually, it was Abraham's fault for listening to his wife.
Right,
There
it
again,
was. He should have trusted
because
in God. Yeah.
he should
But
have listened to God. He should have never let Lot come along. He should have never let Sarah talk him into doing something that was just going to hurt somebody else again.
yeah.
Did you look
And
at the? I mean,
and I think about it, how did Ishmael feel? Okay, his dad's gotta cast him out with
massive
his mom.
rejection. Oof.
I think about it, I'm like, oh my God. And how did Ishmael's mother feel? She had a baby with this man, and he's just like, okay, I gotta
Mhm.
let you go. I mean, I was just like,
Mm.
wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it was meant to be, but it just seems so cruel. I don't know.
It did seem cruel, didn't it?
I was like, that's messed up. Poor Ishmael.
You know, I
Yeah,
find it like, when you talk about the great men in the Bible,
yeah.
and then you hear these, for some stupid reason, people still say that the black people are still cursed, and then you have Moses who married a woman of Zipporah, Zatura, no Zipporah, one of the two, anyway.
Yeah, what
And then they created the Ethiopians, the Midians, the land of Midian, Ethiopia.
mhm. Wait, what was that curse though? People say, and I'm like, uh is it with Ham and how?
Well, there again, if you follow according to the old scripture, it only lasts for 4 generations.
Right.
It doesn't
Yeah.
last forever.
But I've heard people say black people are cursed because of Ham, and I'm just like,
No,
well, actually,
that's that
we're all
racism.
cursed. I mean,
Yeah, that's that
I,
racism coming up saying white people are
it
better.
is. No,
Yeah.
because they take, okay, Ham, uh, didn't cover up Abraham, so Japheth and Shem covered him up, and God was angry with Ham.
You mean
And,
Moses
huh?
or Noah, not Abraham.
Noah.
It was
Did
Noah.
I
Yeah.
say Abraham? I'm sorry.
That's all
Yeah,
right. I got
yeah,
you.
yeah. Not Abraham. Yeah, Noah. Yeah,
Mm.
Noah. He didn't cover up Noah. Well, God cursed Canaan. Uh, he cursed Canaan, Ham's son, right? Which, you know, if you look in the Bible, and you study it, the sins we do will curse our children. We do, and you will pass on a curse. You can pass on a blessing too, but
Mm.
and that's what it was showing. But yeah, racist people will say, "Well, black people are cursed because Ham did this." No, we're all cursed. We're sinners. I mean, every
Well,
human being is, but
you,
you know,
Jesus removed all that stuff.
right? Well, yeah, he forgave, and that's what it was about.
Well, it
Um,
was a redemption.
Forgiveness.
It was more than just forgiveness. It was redemption.
Yeah, but
Yeah, like bought back.
but if you look at it biblically, we cannot be different races because we're all sons of Noah. Um, Ham is
Yeah, that's
one
the
of the
thing that gets me. When people say that we're different, we need to stick to our own kind. Well, what kind? I mean, where did you
what
come from?
what. Here's the thing: Noah had three sons, right?
Yeah,
And his sons had wives, and if you look at where they went, you can tell which one of Noah's sons you come from. Like
yeah,
I, I Ham was the youngest, right? So the people from Egypt and Africa are descendants from Ham. Um, Shem, uh, the Eastern man, Middle Eastern, that's Shem, right? And then Japheth was the oldest. He was considered the father of the Europeans. So that's where me and you come from, Corey. But
Hmm.
but even though, and those are the three races of men, they say, but they all came from the same mother and father.
Hmm.
So we're not different races. If you believe the Bible to be true, we're all sons of Noah, so we all came from the same place. Yeah, we look different. We got different complexions, different features, but we're
Well,
human
I
beings.
just have to say thank God because black women are beautiful.
That's right, right?
I mean, there's something
Right.
about those. There's something about them Southern girls and that dark skin that's just it does it for me. So,
Yeah, no, but I mean,
but because we came from the north,
mhm,
being white as snow with built-in camouflage in a blizzard. We go
right,
down south and it's like you see all these sun babies walking around. It's like, oh, they are beautiful.
right. Well, it's like, and I've heard people talk about this. They say, and it makes sense. They say, okay, darker people are more tropical areas, lighter people are more cold, less sunlight, and they've proven it scientifically that we do better, us as white people, we do better in colder climates where and our skin is light to absorb the sun rays that we can get, right?
Hmm.
Because we all need the sun to survive, and we need that vitamin D so our skin's light to absorb whatever we can get.
Hmm.
Because in Europe it's cold, it's cloudy, it's just so we have to absorb what we, but in Africa the sun's always down, it's tropical, so their skin's darker to protect them from the sun rays, right? They
Hmm.
still need the sun, but it's a better protection. But and I think about this, and they say there's been some scientists say, well, after generations, if you're in a warmer area, you'll get darker, and if you're darker in a cold, you get lighter. I don't believe that. I think I I mean logically it would make sense, but I think God just made us how we are and put us where we would be better off. But in the
Well,
world,
yeah,
but the world's changed and we're more global and we go wherever we want. Man always
yeah, the
travels.
village got small.
But I can't believe that we get darker because oh, I've been in New Mexico and Arizona all my life, and my great grandfather came here after World War II, and I'm still as pale as he is. And they say some scientists said 4 generations. I said I've been through four, and I'm just as light as he was.
Well, when a white guy goes to Africa, I mean, every village needs a glow stick.
Yeah, right.
It'll lighten up the community area, just like a like a 100-watt bulb out there. No,
Yeah,
being on the West Coast, I grew up in a very diverse area. We have people from everywhere. Yeah, and when I
right.
say everywhere, I mean everywhere. Some of them don't even speak English.
Yeah,
South America, South Africa, everywhere.
right,
Alaska's another one. It's like people from the globe come to it.
right. And
And
you,
so
you
being
know,
diverse is just normal.
you know what's funny, Corey? This is what's happening. Uh, we're and I thought about this, and I just thought, wow. Back in the day, early part of our country, right? White people were separated, right? We had segregation within white people, if that makes sense. We really did. We had what? The English, the Irish, the Italians. Then you had Eastern Europeans.
Yeah,
They're all white people. They look alike, but
yeah,
we were separate, right?
yep,
And through time, they procreated with different groups, the Irish and the Italian or whatever, right?
hmm
So and somebody told me they says, you know what? someone from England told me, says, you know what? White people from America look different than Europeans. And I was like, well, yeah, we do. We have more of a European mixture. We're all white people, but yeah, we're going to look a little different. Um, but I thought about that. And you know, the way they're categorizing us now, it's almost like you're either white or black. I mean, I'm seeing this happen. Look, I worked in Missouri, right, in the Department of Corrections, in Colorado also. But the way they would take these inmates, they either had white or black. And this is in Missouri, right? If you're an Asian man, they just consider you white or Hispanic white, right? And the black guy was the black guy. And but I'm seeing society, you know, we don't say anymore, hey Corey, you're Irish and he's French or whatever. No, we're just white. Right?
Mm-hmm.
And even they're calling Asians white people. They used to say white people were Europeans, right? Now they're just looking at skin tone.
Mm-hmm.
And
That's
it's
the most
not that
racist
way.
thing. It's
No,
racist.
but but they're doing that, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I think we're moving to where you're either going to be white or black. It's just one extreme to the other, the light to the dark, which who really cares? I mean,
Well, it's just
we're
another way to
people.
keep people separated. Because if they were
Right.
unified, well, if you keep a country infighting, you can do whatever you want.
Oh yeah. Look, the reason we don't have the power we should in America is because we're not united.
Right.
It's a fact. It's like, okay, we got the black community, the Asian community, the white community, and it's like, this is our country, this is our home.
If your
If we-
identification says American, you're my neighbor.
Right.
Your
So
origin is your family business, not mine.
if we had that mindset, we would have more power. I think our politicians, we'd have more control over them.
Well, see,
Because-
there again, that's,
Because they wouldn't have to pander to a certain group, right?
well, then they would lose their influence. They would lose
Yeah.
their control.
You know, I if I was a politician, I wouldn't have to carry a bottle of hot sauce to talk to black people. Or you know, I mean, that's stupid stuff. You remember Hillary? Oh, I carry hot sauce in my and you know what's crazy, Corey, is call me naive or I didn't know that was a stereotype. Hot sauce in the I was like, I asked my wife, what is that?
Mhm.
And she's like, well, it's a stereotype, you know, black people with hot sauce. I was like, oh, really? I didn't know. I was like, what is she talking about? But when people explained it to me, I was like, okay, now I know what she's doing. She's trying to, I guess, pander and make it seem like, yeah, I'm like you. Or, you know, how sometimes they change their voices to sound like someone from down south if they're campaigning down south or up north or whatever. It's the most silliest crap I've ever seen. Just be you.
Yes, a professional liar.
Right. It's like but I didn't even know that was a stereotype. Because you know what? Don't everybody use hot sauce? I know I have. I never thought it was like,
I don't eat hot sauce. I can't stand that stuff.
you know, like hot sauce.
It makes my whole face sweat. I don't eat hot food.
In fact, I would think it was a Mexican thing because you know they have chili and but I don't know. I just that went over my head. I missed that one.
Like I guess I'm what you call the
But
the typical white guy because I don't even eat hot stuff.
oh yeah, well, hey, let me tell you something. Those of you that think white people don't use seasoning, I'm about to debunk.
I don't eat hot.
No, I'm about to debunk this, Corey, because I'm getting tired of these stereotypes. Look, I I came from a white family, and we had seasoning. We had salt, pepper, and mayonnaise.
Oh
Okay.
God, you had to go there.
You
Oh,
know what's
God.
funny though? That's actually a stereotype that's true. And look,
Mm.
I grew up, and I'm telling you, we did not eat a lot of seasoning. I don't know why. Um, and yes, white people. Look, I'm gonna be honest, okay? Uh, the white women in my family, yes, they did have potato salad with
Raisins.
raisins in it and walnuts and weird stuff. I
With
look,
mayonnaise.
hey, that is true. Or they'll put sliced apples in tuna fish. I mean, look, when black people talk about white people in our season, they're right. I can't even just.
Well, yeah, there's no defense.
There's not. It's like you got me. You got us. You're right. We don't
Well,
use season.
funny is
Um,
funny. Everybody should be able to laugh at each other.
I mean, yeah, it is funny, but I never ate so good till I married my wife. Oh my God, my wife can cook. I mean,
Well, we could see that.
yeah, right. It shows. Um, maybe I need to go back to the white man diet because
Oh
that
God.
actually works. Because the food tastes like crap, you don't eat it.
Oh,
I'm
that's
telling you.
funny.
No, but I mean, some of these stereotypes you think, okay, they're just so off, it's stupid, but some are correct. I'm like, oh,
Mm.
yeah, white people like raisins in the tuna. I'm thinking of my Aunt Betty. I'm like, oh my God, you got us. I just, oh my God. And I'm just like, oh my God, why didn't this woman open up her options? Get with a
Mm.
black man and take those recipes out of here, please. I'm just that's how I feel. I'm just like
Oh, that's too funny.
somebody said. I remember I was talking at work. Somebody said, "Oh, white people are going extinct." I says, "Well, that's fine. Just take that damn tuna fish with you. That take that tuna casserole crap with. If we got to go
Oh.
extinct, that stuff does too. I mean, oh my God, I don't like that stuff. I hate to say this, but I hate white people food.
Isn't that funny?
Maybe that's a self haters.
Self-hater. Oh,
I'm
boy,
just
when
like,
you find out what's actually out there, why go back?
I mean, I love Mexican food. I love black people's food, but white people, no, no. I'm doing a. Look, I'll go extinct to get rid of that crap. I'm just saying.
Well, growing up in Alaska, when we were working outside, it was like
Uh-huh.
35 below or something like that, and still working outside, of course. But we used to build a fire
Uh-huh.
and toast our sandwiches, and it was either some type of canned moose or caribou. It was already seasoned and cooked and smoked, and it was really good. Or it was salmon or something that had already been smoked, and canned and seasoned, of course. But we used to toast them over a fire
Hmm.
and eat hot food when you're working outside. So
Right.
all the food wasn't bland. I mean, when you
Yeah, no, I say that to be funny. Now, some things white people cook is good, and I'm not going.
Mm.
But we do eat a lot of crap. I'm just saying. It's just funny. You
Oh, I
know,
got one for
hey,
you. Jello
hey,
and cottage cheese with coconut
oh God,
gravy.
yes.
Ugh.
Okay, stop. I'm getting sick.
Yeah, okay. I had to throw that. Yeah, I'd take the potato salad over that one.
You know what's funny is my mom. She was
Ugh.
making. She had the kids over when they were little, and She's like, yeah, I want to make tuna casserole. My kids were like, Grandma don't know how to cook. I'm like, yeah. How do you think I feel?
Oh man.
Yeah,
No,
but
I grew up eating caveman food. It was usually something that was, had 4 legs, and it was meat and potatoes and, you know, and fruit
yeah,
pretty much.
and I wonder why my dad we'd always eat out a lot because my mom couldn't cook. We're like, oh,
Oh, that's tragic. Well,
yeah.
he's never going to admit it.
No, oh no,
Mm.
she cooked the greatest food ever, and
Yeah,
it's like,
yeah.
hey, look, hey, black women. One thing about us white men, look, we'll put you on a pedestal, we'll love you, and you we'll talk like you walk on water, even if we don't believe it. But
Oh,
no,
that's not true. I'll just go find a frozen lake and let's go for a walk. You're walking on water.
that's it, right? No, but seriously, um I noticed one thing in my family. Um, we do love the women in our family, and our marriages are long lasting. Um,
Hmm.
and I look at my history and my parent look. Um, my grandparents were married since they were young and never divorced. My father, he was the oddball. He messed around, got my mom pregnant, and that marriage didn't work out. Then he found my stepmother, and that worked out. But he got it together later on. But my marriage 30 years. My brother's been married 20 years. And we're married the same time. My oldest daughter's been married 8 years,
Hmm.
still going strong. Um, my grandfathers were married forever. My great grandfather came out to New Mexico after World War I. Okay,
Hmm.
suffering from mustard gas.
Ooh.
He lost his wife. She was 26 to
Hmm.
tuberculosis after
Yeah,
he
that
fought
killed a
for the
lot of people.
country and came home, right? That's why we're out west. But he never got married again.
Hmm.
My grandmother on my dad's side lived to be 106. She lost her husband to tuberculosis. He was 45. She
Hmm.
never got married again.
Wow.
Okay. And I never understood that till I married my wife. And you know what? I'll never get married again. I could say that. I can't see another woman being in me and my wife's house. I can't see embracing another woman. I just can't. It's just my heart belongs to my wife, and it's like that's it.
Hmm.
I mean, I'm sure I would get lonely, but I just couldn't because
Well, you're older. You could always take up shuffleboard or something.
yeah, go,
I'm
go
just
fishing.
kidding.
Hey, I
Yeah,
got
go
my
fishing. No doubt.
hey, I got my fishing pole ready. I'm ready, man. Next week,
Oh, you use that drone and you haul the bait out and drop it way out in the middle.
I, that drone is amazing. Oh my god, I'm going to have to show some videos of that. But
Mm.
I gotta fit. I gotta do a new intro. Um, I want to change it up, but I want to get some area photos, maybe up in the mountains, maybe at different places.
Hmm.
Um, I would like to use the drone for YouTube purposes. Maybe um, I don't know, make the show interesting, a little more interesting.
Well, it's
Um,
an excuse to get out of the house.
yeah, it is.
Hmm.
Yeah, but I mean, hey, I love fishing and I love drones.
Mm.
So, I just recently got into these drones. I bought that little one for like $300 because I was like, I didn't want to spend too much and crash it and be out.
Hmm.
So I was like, 300. Okay, if I lose it, that will hurt, but it won't be catastrophic. If I buy this one for $2,000 and lose it,
Mm.
that hurts. So I
Well, you
use that
better
little one to get used to it. But
yeah.
this one, it has sensors that it won't run into a pole.
Mm.
It's really neat, and it's got infrared. You can fly it at night.
Wow.
Yeah, it's amazing, and it's got 3 cameras. Like I showed, they're HD. I mean, the video quality is through the roof.
Hmm.
And that's why it's so much. It's the cameras in there. Um,
Mhm.
but stuff I want to do is like I want to make videos going to different places, and not just for YouTube, but just for the family. Just say, hey, remember when we went there? And
Mhm.
you know, I know me and my dad, we make videos and stuff, but I won't show them on YouTube because I don't want these trolls going after my father because these jokers
Yeah,
will do it.
you gotta
I
protect your
mean,
family.
yeah, I mean, I don't show my kids because I know they would attack them. These people they're nuts. They're out of control.
Well, you know, they said to stick with your own kind, and they're sticking with their own kind because they love to hate.
Right. And I never understood that. Why would you attack somebody's family, their wife, their children? I just never. There's people I don't like, but I address them. I don't s- talk about their wife or kid. I never understood that. What is that about?
Mhm.
I guess they're just so evil that they really want to hurt you, so they go after the ones you really love. And I and I think that's why people out there attack my wife because they know I love my wife more than anything.
Well, sure. They're not going to go
You,
after something you don't care about.
right. So I'm thinking that's what it is. Because any other way, it don't make sense. Because my wife don't attack nobody. She's never said nothing bad about nobody. So it's like, why would you attack her?
Mhm.
But I guess some people think she's a sellout because she's with a white man, so they justify their hate that way.
Well, you
Um,
know, what gets me is how can somebody be a sellout when they were never yours to begin with?
right. Well,
I mean,
and,
think of the mentality behind the statement.
and what's the
Since
deal?
when
Oh,
did
you got
you?
to be down because we're the same. That'd be like me, "Hey, Becky. We're both pale, so you got to have my back." I'm like, what the heck? What? I mean, get real.
Yeah, that don't work. I got an
That,
ex-wife. Trust me, that don't work.
yeah. Well, well, Becky's not loyal like that anyway.
Oh God,
She'll
Becky's
sell
loyal
you
to Becky. She's loyal to Becky.
right. She is.
Hmm.
She'll sell you out for uh, some pearls and a new watch. I'm just
Hmm.
saying.
No,
I better stop. People say you're hating on white women.
you don't want to pick on Becky because then Becky will get offended and Becky will do what Becky does.
Uh, t-
Yeah, you
yeah.
know, I for the most part, the more okay, I can't say the more because I just put less effort into it about
Hmm.
being like publicly social. I'm social
Yeah.
around the people I interact with.
Right.
You know, I don't have a problem being social, but as far as like going out into social media, you know, looking for attention, I don't need it. It's
Yeah.
not that big of a necessity for me. I'm too focused on what I want to do, and that
Right.
actually I have peace in the fact that that makes me happy. So what makes me happy is what brings me peace, and I got to tell
Yeah.
you, it's imagining a future with a black woman who loves me in return brings me a lot of peace because it makes me happy.
Right. I tell you, I just.
And I got my dream girl up here on the avatar thing or whatever that is.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Well, you know, you think about the movie The Fabulous Baker Boys, you know, and they had the blonde lady on there. Well, This is the beautiful black woman version.
You know what's freaky, Corey? I tell you that this was this was before I got married, and you ever have a time where you see something, you don't know if it's real or you just imagining it, but you don't
Mm-hmm.
know.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and I remember being in this place, and I seen this black woman, and she had like long curly hair, and she was beautiful, and and she turned around and smiled, and I was like in awe because she was so beautiful. And it didn't make sense. That's why I think it's my imagination, but I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but she turned around and she was wearing this dress, right?
Mm-hmm.
And it was like a full dress, like kind of like a Victorian type dress. I just couldn't make it was weird. It was like, you know how you see those old dresses where they balloon out like they're
Mm-hmm.
round? It's a full
Mm-hmm.
dress.
Yeah.
And she looked so beautiful. I was like, oh my God. And she turned and smiled. And then I turned and looked back and she wasn't there. And I was like, what? I don't know. I was really tired at the time, so I probably imagined it. But it was, I think about it and it just, I kind of cringe because what's going on? Maybe it's like an angel, you know,
Mm.
taking a form that I find beautiful, or maybe it's my imagination because I would find something like that beautiful, kind of like a beautiful look, but like a conservative look, not showing her butt or her butt, but just looking pretty and beautiful. It's like,
Well, yeah, women
um,
get attention regardless.
right,
It's
and
just the type of attention you're going to get.
well, yeah, well, there was a video. This woman was saying, ladies, how you dressed is what you attract. And she said, if you want like a low value man that's not got money, and she showed women like in tight clothing where you could see, you know, the outline of her body, and then she said, you want wealthy men that have value, and they show women like in a nice dress that looked nice, but it wasn't showing her body. It was professional.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? Like the professional look, and that's true. And really, us men, most of us are attracted to women that have that professional look, that are beautiful, but not showing off their body. Or, of course, that's going to get us aroused because we're men. It's natural, right? But and maybe I'm just speaking for me, but I'm more attracted to the woman that's got that professional look, that that's got it together, than the one that's showing her body. Does that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And I would be more secure with that because you feel that she got her head together. The one that's wearing tight clothing and this, you think, and that don't mean she's a bad woman or dumb or not professional. It just, how can I say it? It just,
You want me to say it for you?
yeah, say it for me.
Men that are marriage minded are looking for a mature, modest woman.
Right. Yeah.
We're not looking for practice because the women that
Right.
show everything, a man that's not marriage minded is only looking for practice. And so
Yeah. He's
he will
looking
approach.
for,
Yeah,
he's aroused. He's looking for,
practice.
yeah, well, okay, practice.
I don't know how else to say it and be polite. It's just,
No, I get what you're saying.
you dress for a long time commitment or you dress for a good time commitment.
Right.
You're gonna get commitment, but how you portray yourself is what you're going to attract.
Right. I think that's true. A lot of ways it is.
You know,
Um,
it's terrible though, because there's a lot of pressure on women to attract men, even from other women. It's like, oh, you can't pull nobody. Sweetheart, this ain't a competition. I'm looking for the man that loves me, not for the man that loves all of you.
right.
But that pressure is still there. So it takes a
Yeah.
stronger, it takes a strong woman to not fall into that peer pressure trap of
Right.
basically, you know, short time, good time women, because there is a peer pressure to fit in. It
Right.
goes the same for men. It's the same play, you know.
Yeah, it is. It's like you might find that short time woman that you might fall in love with her and she might be a good woman and it works out.
Hmm.
But a lot of times it don't. It's like going to the club looking for a wife. Uh, you,
I'm not
you,
going to go
you,
to a short time atmosphere.
no, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know.
Most likely, you're not going to get that. But
Mm-mm.
some people find that. Some people, it works out. It's rare, but
I
it
think it's got a
can
lot of
happen.
drama involved too,
Oh yeah, yeah.
especially
Um,
if they continue to go to that place because there's other people in the room that have been with the person that you chose to be with.
yeah,
So they
right.
already know the intimate side of their life. That's messed up.
Well, it trashes the intimacy because no,
Uh, it's yeah, it's supposed to be sacred, and it's just kind of like it's very cheap.
it's like a community project.
Yeah, I
Oh,
was trying to be
okay,
more.
right now. Well,
Yeah, I get you. I do.
no, but seriously, but tonight I just wanted to highlight the black woman effect and black women being that hidden treasure because I call black women the hidden treasure,
Hmm.
and this is why. It's like you don't really know her value till you get to know her.
Hmm.
Okay. And those of us white men are not other non-black men, right? That might not know much about black women, but they get to know her and she touches his heart. It's like a treasure you didn't know existed. Because a lot of times we'll look at stereotypes, generalizations, and the media and what other people tell us.
Hmm.
And a lot of times we find out that people are different than what we really think. I know when I was a teenager dating, I always thought black women were mean till I started dating black women. And I find out they're not mean at all. I think a lot of times black women have their guard up because you approach them, it's like an uncertainty. They don't know what to think. Um, and
Well,
it
if a
was
man
that
comes in aggressive, the woman's going to be defensive.
well, yeah, but I'm just saying, just approaching.
Hmm.
Because there's that thing. Oh, white men, they're fetishizers. They're creepy. They're racist. They're just And when they're told that, they're kind of cautious. What am I going to get? She might be attracted to you, but she might think, okay, is he racist? Is he and all this stuff? And and I've had that happen where I I would talk to black women back in the day, and sometimes they look at me like, "You want to go out with me?" Like 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 she was like kind of shocked, like she had to stop a minute and analyze what's going on, and I'm like, and I'm thinking,
Well, it
okay,
didn't fit what she
are,
was
are
taught.
you going? Are you coming with me, or are you going to kick me to the curb? And sometimes there was that pause. Now I don't
Hmm.
know what dating's like these days. I'm talking about the '80s, right?
Hmm.
A whole different era.
Oh
Um,
yeah.
and I got married in '94, so I don't know what dating's like today. because I've been married for so many years, I just can tell you what it was back in the day.
I've been
And
single 5 years almost, and I still don't know what dating's like in this era.
yeah,
It's not appealing.
it just. I mean, I can't talk. I have last date I went on was 93, and that was my wife, right?
Yeah,
Uh,
exactly.
right before I married her. So, uh, I don't even know what it would be like. People talk about dating apps. Back in the day, what's that? It is like your dating app was walking up to a woman and trying to talk to her.
Our dating app was you wanna be my girlfriend, yes or no, and check one.
Right? That was a high school mode. I
That's a
remember
dating app.
I remember when I was in high school, I was 16. There was this black girl that, oh my god, I was attracted to her. And I kept walking by, and I wanted to ask her out. Corey, I was just like,
Yeah.
I was afraid, and I would walk by after every class, and I'd walk to her, and then I would chicken out, right?
Mm.
And
Oh man, if I was standing next to you, I would have razzed you loud enough to where she would have heard.
yeah,
I think
and,
you would have, well, then you wouldn't have met Sandy because I,
right, but I finally got up my nerve and I talked to her, and I said, "Will you go out with me?" And I was just like waiting for her to just kick
stomp
me
on
to the curb.
it.
Yeah, and she grabbed my hand and she says, "I'll be your girl. Yeah, I'll be your girlfriend." I was
Wow.
like, "Oh my god, that was the most beautiful thing." Because before then, there were a couple girls I asked out that were like, "Oh no,
Mhm. Yeah.
So I had that rejection. So I was really scared. And when she said that, I was like, yeah. It was like I was in a black and white world, and it turned colorful, and it was like the sun came out, and
Yep.
I was on top of the world, and I was just so happy.
Yeah.
And I think back on that, and that's one thing. White men, I think, have a different experience than black men when it comes to black women. It's like we don't expect it, and when we get it, we really embrace it. Um, and
Well,
I
there
can't say
again, it's
that
a
for all situations, but that's how I was. I was like, it was like the best day of my life at the time. It was like I was like, yeah. I'm just,
yeah.
but
There's a difference when you get in a group of men, and you
mhm,
can tell which ones are more commitment minded, more marriage minded men, and the
yeah,
ones that are just looking for a good time. And
yeah.
you can pick it out within the first 2 minutes of who's who. It does not take long, just by the way they talk.
It it don't. And I've said this. I've said when I was talking earlier, when I was telling women, if you want to know if a guy's interested in you, does he share his resources with you? Does he? Because here's the thing: if a man don't spend money on a woman, a lot of times he's not interested in her.
Hmm.
But if he does, he's for real. Um, a lot of times that's it. Oh,
So,
somebody's asking for the link.
yep,
Okay,
someone's asking for the link.
let me put it up there. Okay, there's a link. You come on up. Okay, let me put it. Yeah, I just saw that.
Hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there's a difference in men for sure.
there is. Yeah.
I mean, well, there's a difference in women too, because I mean, there's a young lady. She just goes. I told her where to go find, family oriented men, and she goes, "I'm not looking for a long time, just a good time." And
Oh well.
I mean, she's like my daughter's age, and I was just like, well, I mean, the good men are like hanging around, and she just absolutely blew it off. I'm not interested. But anyway,
Yeah.
I'll
Hey,
mute so we can.
oh, okay. Hey, Savannah, how's
Mhm.
it going? How you doing, young lady?
Good evening. I'm doing well. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. How you doing?
I'm doing okay. I was just kind of scrolling YouTube, couldn't fall asleep. I saw that you were on, and I just wanted to add a recent experience I had
Uh-huh.
that I think relates to the topic.
Okay.
So I've spoken to you in the past, Brent, and so
Yeah.
you know that I am Christian, and my faith is pretty important to me.
Yes.
But anyway, so I was married before. I married a divorcee, which it wasn't a wise decision, but it was a white man, and as
Mm-hmm.
his third wife. And the marriage was rocky. And long story short, we got divorced. And so um, afterwards, I got back in school, and I've been divorced now for about 4 years. And I'm
Mm.
just now at the point where I want to get remarried. And so I have been dating off and on, but like certain things do have to be checked off the list because I don't want to make the same mistake again. But the
Right.
majority of who I was dating was white guys, and met some very, very, very great white guys. Very, very great. Last guy I dated was a dentist. He was also divorced, and so
Mm.
um, yeah, so that's something I'm not too interested in. But
Right.
courted me very well, took me to very nice restaurants, was very what's the word? Very diligent, very just what's the word? Very consistent and like how he courted me. And before him, I dated another white guy, and it was really, really great. Well, anyway, I'm in law school, and there's not a lot of Black people in my law school. And so at the school year wrapped up, one of the other law students is a Nigerian guy who decided to, now since it's the end of the school year, we're a lot less stressed out. He decided to ask me out on a date. And so he wants to take me to this club. And I notice, like, the whole time we're at the club, like, he's um, just not respectful of my body at all. He's trying to get me to go home with him. I don't go home with him. It's like he just keeps it's not it's there's such a difference, and I guess that's what
Mm.
I'm just trying to stress. It's been a very long time since I've dated a Black man, and I hate to generalize, but I am just saying because I have experiences now with both.
Mm-hmm.
The majority in the past 10 years has been white guys, but the one time that I do kind of open myself up to a Black person, it was just such a just overly sexualized, not very
Mm.
respectful situation. And so I will say, like, I do feel like I am made for, like, not made for, but I, I can't even think about spending what, okay. I just feel like I'm I'm made for a white man. Like if I don't marry a white man, then I don't see myself
Mm.
um, married. And it's unfortunate that I have to say it like that, but that's just been my experience. So I just think it lines up. I was watching one of the ladies on your other video earlier, and she was talking about how the courtship difference between black guys and white guys is so different. And so yeah, I could testify to that because this literally just happened, and I just had to cut him off and tell him, I'm no longer interested. Like, please stop contacting me. Like, I, my faith is really important. I'm not trying to fornicate with you. Like, please just respect my boundaries.
Right.
Um, but yeah, like no white guy that I've dated was ever that forward and that aggressive and just inconsiderate of my body and the respect I have for myself. So I just wanted to add that to the conversation.
Yeah, I think it's a cultural thing. I say that, and I don't want to say, gosh, this is how they are. Black men are compared to white men, because it sounds bad, but I've heard people say it, and
Hmm.
things I've seen. It's like, um, yeah,
I don't
it,
know if it's like a familiarity thing, like they think that they're just so familiar that they don't have to respect us, or that it's been
mm,
generations of this lopsidedness where there's more black women.
what's that? Mm. Savannah, can you hear me? Savannah, you muted yourself.
Hmm.
Sorry about that. Can you
Oh,
hear me?
oh, yeah, I can hear you. Yeah, you just went silent, and I was like, and then, uh, yeah.
No, I was just saying that like he knows that I was previously married interracially, and he was just asking some questions about that, and that
Yeah.
it does kind of shift their mentality a little bit when they know that they're like they do have to compete, but at the same time it's like they just feel like they have such an upper hand when it comes to black women that it's baffling. Like if you could kind of could put yourselves in our position and just see the difference, it's kind of shocking in how we're treated differently between the races.
Yeah, I think what it is a lot is us white men that love black women, and from my experience, it's like I think we look at it different, black women differently. Because for me, for a black woman to say yes to me, it was very appreciated. I embraced it. I didn't expect it. It was like, oh my god, this is awesome. It was like I didn't feel like I was worthy or I should, you know, have access to her. But when I did, it was like I was so grateful.
Hmm.
And I think I think some that has a lot to do with it
Hmm.
because I always thought black women were beautiful and amazing, and I was grateful to be with a black woman. And look, we're humans, and sometimes we don't date the right people. Before I married my wife, I was living with this woman, and honestly, and I wasn't living biblically right, and the physical was great, but everything else was horrible. Um, and I didn't do it the right way, and she was horrible. She was a black woman, but sometimes we just. But most black women I've been with were amazing. You know what I mean? Sometimes you just. I was with the wrong person, and I was the wrong person at the time. But I I met my wife, and it was beautiful. It worked out nicely. Um, but I always appreciated black women. I always had so much love for them. I always felt black women were beautiful, and I always felt that there was something about them, and it was more than the physical. For
Hmm.
some reason, people think us white men that love black women, it's all a sexual fetish or some kind of lustful thing, and it's not that. Um, it just I just love black women. What
Hmm.
can I say? I've had good experience with black women as a child. I felt that love, and it went with me my whole life. But I think a lot of times white men and maybe that's why we take it slow because We
Well,
don't feel.
I don't even feel like it's taking it slow. I just think it's being respectful. There's just a
Yeah.
level of respect there that is just not existent in the Black community for whatever reason. Like it
Well,
feels very natural and very appropriate. That's what I'm getting at.
right.
It's not like it's
I
slower. It's like they allow me to kind of set the pace. It's
yeah,
not them rushing things,
yeah.
you know?
I think it's because I know this is going to sound bad, but I think we just value women more.
I agree.
And, and,
I think that's it.
and I think we put women on a pedestal, and we've done that for white women forever. And what's happening is white men that get with black women, they put them on that pedestal too. It's like
Mm,
it's a cultural thing, and we just do that. We look at
mhm.
women as like like the prize, that like she's the treasure, she's everything we wanted.
Well,
Um,
that's what the Bible says to
right,
do. Like the woman was the crown of creation. I mean, we were the last that was created, and we are a gift. We are the prize to the man. So there's, I mean, that's a
right,
beautiful biblical principle, and it does
right.
seem that white American men specifically have that disposition towards women, and I definitely think it gives you an edge over a lot of other
Yeah,
races of men and nations of men. So please don't ever change that. I know, like, it seems like society's going to hell, but I
it
mean, if
is. Yeah,
white men can keep that intact, I think we'll be all right.
right.
um,
Yeah,
yeah,
but
but yeah, I just wanted to add that I didn't want to hold you guys up too much. I'm
no, no, you're
gonna head
you're
to
good.
bed soon.
Yeah, I think I'm going to shut this down soon. It's getting late. But no,
Yeah,
I
you guys
am.
are you're midnight.
Well, Corey, it's so early where he's at.
Yeah, it's only 11.
He's on the left, far left coast. Is it the left? Yeah,
The
California.
left coast, Oregon.
Yeah, Oregon, same thing. No, it's not the same thing, but you're touching the ocean. Uh, yeah. Um, but yeah, yeah, Savannah, I love your input, and it just I think it just we value women more, and we put women on that pedestal. It seems like the black community does the opposite. They put the black
Yes,
man up there.
100%.
Um,
Hmm.
it's like it's like the black man and white woman are the ones that are put on that pedestal that are. Does that make sense? It's like we're
Absolutely.
opposite, and and I think that helps us too, black women, white men, is we value each other because we're used to putting in the work, and when we get the love poured into us, it's like, oh my God, this is great, and we're grateful. Um, I've always felt better around black women. I always felt that black women were, I just, I don't know, at ease, comfortable, just like, and than I would any other group of women, even if they really weren't into me. I don't know. Maybe that's weird. I'm a weird person, but you know, I just felt more comfortable. I told a story. You know, and I've only dated two white women my whole life, and there was never no intimacy. So I don't even know what that would be with a white woman. That's how much I've been into black women, and I'm married to a black woman. And people
There
tell
is
me,
something. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but I
"Yeah,
do
go ahead."
find that very interesting because, like, even when I look back at my friends in middle school, like, there were a couple of guys that, like, had crushes on black girls, and then
Hmm.
fast forward to now, and they're, like, all married to black women. And it is
Hmm.
funny how that, like, stays consistent, or, like, guys who, like,
Yes.
dated or married a black woman, like, they never go back. Like, it always is, like, they're fundamentally, like, changed. So it
Look,
is like someone should do a study on that. Like, what is that about? Because
they, they
it's pretty consistent.
They should, because that's how my life has been. Look, I dated at 16. First girl's a black girl, and it's been black women the whole way. Now I did try to date two white women that it didn't work, and I was guilted into that. Like, okay, you're biased. Okay, I want to be equal opportunity, but I couldn't. My heart just belonged to the black woman, and it just has. I don't. But I learned back then, instead of listening to people, go where your heart is, because if you don't, you're not going to be happy. I
Mhm.
It just don't work. Um,
Well, as far as young men, like in grade school, elementary, whatever, um,
Mhm.
when we get imprinted, it doesn't go away. And a warm smile, a warm personality, and a charming character,
Mm.
it came from the black girls.
Yeah, you
Mm.
know,
I
and
can see that.
you know what's amazing is, I remember when I was little, I had a babysitter, and I talked to you guys about this, and I was in love with that girl, and I was like 4 or 5. She was like 17, Mom said, and but my mother said, she said, I knew you were going to marry a black woman, because you were, even as a child, you were something about black women, and you just, she said, we were at a doctor's office, and some black woman said hi, and you got up, sat next to her, and you started hugging her, and and, and my mom was like, oh, I'm so sorry. And the lady was like, oh, he's really friendly. And my mom's like, no, he's not. He just likes you. And I just, I, I don't know. There's something there. I
Mm.
can't explain. I try to pinpoint it, why I feel this way about black women. I tried to look back and analyze it, but I don't know, because I thought that babysitter, because I go visit my mother, and I look more forward to seeing her than my own mom. Um,
Mm.
but
Well, it was the warm and the
it
charm.
well, look, I was 4 or 5, and she gave me candy and called me big guy. So after that, here's my heart. Here you go.
Wait a minute. Didn't Sandy feed you well and called you baby, and that sealed it too?
Well, yeah, that too.
Yeah,
But
okay.
that's
Just
that's where it started
connecting the
back in,
dots there.
right. But I tell you, I black women are a blessing to me. I love black women. I do. And I think black women are that hidden treasure. We don't know it till she touches our heart. And once she does, it's done.
Mm.
Um and black women got my heart when I was little. It just, and what can I say? I see beauty in other women, I do, but it just, black women is, that's where the desire is, when it comes for love, who I want to be with. And I thought I was weird for feeling that way. I thought I was not normal, but so be it. I'm happy, so I
Well,
I
we definitely appreciate it, and you have a platform that is so needed. Black women rarely get to hear this type of love and appreciation. Certainly don't get
yeah.
it in our own community. So just wanted to tell you guys that, and keep doing what you're doing, and I'm gonna keep praying for us, Black women and white men, and for that union to be strong. So you guys have
Of
a great
course.
night. I'm gonna call it a night.
Okay, thanks, Savannah. It's good talking to you.
You too. Bye
Eh,
bye.
Okay, bye. All right. All right. I always like talking to Savannah. She's amazing, and yeah, but
Mhm.
yeah.
Well, I should probably get off here so you can wrap this up too.
Yeah, I need to get to bed.
Because you're already burning midnight oil. I haven't even got there yet.
I am. We're hey, we're going to do. We're getting the 4 hours.
Yeah, you're mini marathon. See, I showed up and then you went back to this stuff.
I know I did. But I'm
What
just
happened?
I'm having a good time talking.
Yeah, but now
You
you're
know,
making me feel like I'm a bad influence.
well, you're the good. You're the good bad influence, or the bad good
Okay.
influence. One of those. But it's
Mm.
all good. It's okay. I'm off tomorrow, so I get to sleep in.
There you
So
go.
no
Well,
worries.
hey, thank you for the wrench. Thank you for having me up here. I
Oh yeah,
enjoyed the
Corey.
conversation as always.
Hey, you're always welcome, Corey. It's good talking to you, brother.
And I'll step
Yeah.
down and let you close this out.
All right, sounds good, brother. Thank you so much.
Okay. Good night.
Good night. All right. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed tonight. Um, you know, the black woman effect is real, and black women are that hidden treasure. And I just want to say, black women, I love you. You're a blessing to me. You always have been, and I want to be a blessing to you. Um, the beauty you have is just deep. You know, from your personality, your heart, your nurturing. Black women, you're more valuable than you'll ever know, and you're not just a preference to me, but you're that treasure. You're that blessing from God. And your love does come from heaven above. And I love you and appreciate you. Um, you know, but I enjoyed the show. Thank you, Corey, once again, brother. And Savannah, thanks for coming up. It's good to talk to you, young lady. And you know, my prayers go out to you and you too, Corey. And guys, I won't be on for a little bit. I'll have a Saturday show. Um, and but anyway, um, maybe the middle of the week I'll put out a video. I want to do another swirl to investment story. Um, a couple of people asked me to do story time and tell uh, my experience with swirl to investment. Not so much me, but other people that I've seen, and I'll do that. And if you guys ever want to come up and you know that you've swirled to investment or you're married interracially and you want to tell your story, you're more than welcome. Um, but I'm going to have to close. But guys, thank you so much. Ladies, you're beautiful. Black women, you are the treasure. You are the prize. You are the standard. Okay. And I can't say enough how valuable and beautiful you are and how much I love you. I can say it all night. But your beauty and value comes straight from heaven. Okay. Um, but you have a good night, everyone. God bless you and your families. And I'll see you soon. Swirl to investment.